Just recently knew we have a tornado watch down here to the south of us, encompassing areas like Waycross, Valdosta, Tallahassee, and two tornado warnings over there just to the southwest of Tallahassee, right there where Helene is projected to make landfall, maybe a little bit over to the east. So there's a very likely possibility that we do see a tornado watch issued up here in central Georgia, as these watches do exist all around us. Now let's pop it over to the watches and warnings. We got an update on this morning here in central Georgia. So all these counties outlined in that pink, that's that hurricane warning. So hurricane conditions, those are winds sustained of about 74 plus miles an hour are expected within the next 36 hours in these counties outlined. So this stretching in counties like Telfair, Dodge, up to Bleckley, Twiggs, here in Macon-Bibb County, Monroe, Lamar, Thomaston, over in Upson County, Crawford County, Taylor County, Peach, Houston, Macon, Dooley, and Chris counties. And this also does exist further down to our south and our southwest. All those areas shaded in the pink, but definitely not in our central Georgia viewing area. And then now taking a look at the tropical storm warning. So what that means is the tropical storm force conditions, just a little bit less than the conditions suitable for hurricane criteria. Winds anywhere from 39 to 73 miles per hour. That's going to encompass the rest of central Georgia. So Wheeler County, Montgomery County, Trutland, Lawrence, Johnson, up to Washington, Wilkinson, Baldwin, Jones, Jasper, Putnam, and Hancock counties. So I don't want you to get too locked in to these areas. That doesn't mean you're going to specifically see wind gusts that are within that range. Obviously, when I show you the wind gust map, you'll see that some of our models are indicating that we can have wind gusts that are going to be a little bit higher than the winds that I did just mention in those ranges for tropical storm conditions and hurricane force conditions. So let's play it through Future View. Our graph model is seemingly been a little bit east over the past, I'd say, about 12 hours, maybe getting into about 24 hours. Our cone was going further west according to the National Hurricane Center, and continuing to see that cone trek right through the middle of central Georgia. So as we go throughout today, we're still looking at those outer bands to bring rounds and rounds of showers and storms all across central Georgia. So here's the 11 a.m. timestamp going into lunchtime, 3 p.m. in the afternoon, looking like pockets of heavier showers all across central Georgia right there. And like I said, a couple of thunderstorms can be embedded within that. Now taking it on into the evening time here. So it's Thursday right now, this afternoon, or evening rather, I should say. This is going to be around dinner time, 7 p.m. Yes, still seeing widespread rain all across central Georgia. Not really seeing any breaks whatsoever in that rain until we kind of maybe get into the later hours. But once we get into the evening hours, that's when we're projecting Helene to make landfall. It did look like the latest timestamp, 8 p.m. Somewhere around 10 p.m. is when we can expect landfall from Helene. But I want to note, as we go into the 11 p.m. hour tonight, our southern counties here in central Georgia starting to see those heavier bands of rain closer to the center of circulation, and that's also going to be where the gusty winds are as well. So we take it on into 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. Now you're starting to get a good picture of that center of circulation. Definitely those wind arrows swirling on around. And yes, we're definitely seeing heavy showers widespread all across central Georgia, mainly our southern half at the 1 a.m. hour. So this does look to be following a little bit behind schedule of what we have had recently. Now we get on into about the 3 a.m. hour, and this is pretty spot on with what we've had the past couple of runs. Our southern counties seeing that eye wall start to cross into their corridor. So 3 a.m. overnight storm risk right here. This is going to be the gustiest winds. This is going to be the heaviest rainfall bands. As you can see, dark reds, those maroons, maybe even some pink popping on up on the north side of that eye wall. So this is going to continue to trek through the eastern part of central Georgia. As you can see, just east of us here in Macon, and there's all of that swirling right there. Still a pretty definitive eye at the 4 a.m. hour on Friday, seeing some clearing in that cloud cover. And like I said, the heaviest bands of rain and the gustiest winds are going to be present during the overnight hours into early Friday morning. Now we will take it to 5 and 6 a.m. Yes, you can see how fast of a mover this is. Already the center of circulation getting on out of central Georgia just to our north, but still dealing with some heavier wraparound showers around the 6 a.m. hour. And now taking it to 7 and 8 a.m., that's when we really start to see things calm on down. We're still seeing some gusty winds and some cloud cover, but really just left with some light showers in our northernmost counties north of I-16, northeast of I-75. Now taking it on into lunchtime on Friday. Friday. Cloud cover starts to begin to clear. The winds will continue to gradually wind on down in terms of their gusts and their speeds. And then getting into Friday evening, it is looking mighty nice, just a little bit breezy. And that's going to set the stage for what we look to have a nice weekend here in central Georgia. So want to note, first of all, the severe weather risk here for today. We have a level 1 at least for all of our central Georgia counties here. That's going to be that green color you see. So that is going to be the lowest level of severe weather risk that we have here in central Georgia, as many counties to our southeast and our east that could be closer to being on that dirty side of the storm, they are in a level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather. But still not as confident as the chances that we have further over to the east, where I showed you that tornado watch box. Those areas are in a level 3 out of 5. So the areas on that east side, that dirty side, more prone to seeing things like a spin up tornado, but definitely not limited to those areas, as we're already seeing our fair share of tornado warnings that are still well north above the eye. So we're going to continue to keep track of that. And a good model that we use is this tornado parameter. This is going to be our European model. It gives us a good idea about how unstable the atmosphere is in certain areas. So you're seeing kind of these gray colors pop on up throughout this afternoon, starting to get a little bit brighter as we go into this evening. But it's really once we go into the nighttime hours and overnight, you start to see flashes of red, orange, yellow. That is definitely a more significant tornado parameter than these grays and these very faded whites. And that's going to exist, like I said, in those areas outlined in the level 2, but definitely not limited to those areas. Severe weather or weather in general doesn't obey the guidelines or the boundaries necessarily that the SPC does give us. So we're going to continue to monitor that. And it really looks like this has expanded further over into our eastern half here in central Georgia, maybe even popping up some pink in here in our easternmost counties. So yes, definitely some pretty significant tornado parameters associated with this. And the good news is, as we go throughout the morning hours, we start to get that rain moving out to the north. We're definitely looking at the tornado potential to go on down. Like I said, these spin up tornadoes probably more than likely just going to fill out the length of the warning that they originally issued. We saw one in Dodge County this morning, and that's exactly what it did. We saw a rotation signature, and it began to weaken very gradually, and it was allowed to expire at the time it was originally set for. In terms of how fast can we expect our wind gusts to be here? Well, you can see nothing really going on wind-wise right now. Maybe gusts of up to 5-6 miles an hour. Yes, definitely nothing significant, especially for when I'm about to show you. So as we go throughout afternoon hours today, closer to where more of those outer bands are and getting closer to the center of circulation, wind gusts get up to about the 20-mile-an-hour mark. And once again, these are the wind gusts, that occasional gust that blows a little bit faster than the winds are constantly blowing at that sustained speed. And then into the night right now. So Friday at midnight, when those heavier bands are really starting to arrive, gusts up to maybe about 48 miles an hour in areas like Vidalia. Don't get too locked into a certain value in a certain place. We're definitely looking at the potential for gusts like this, because when I continue to move that center of circulation closer over here, yes, you see maybe even a 93-mile-an-hour gust down in Vidalia. I think we're really going to see gusts kind of top on out, maybe 90 miles an hour tops. Hopefully the potential is still there to crawl on above that 90-mile-an-hour mark, maybe even close to 100 miles an hour. But I do believe we are forecasted to have sustained winds of about 80 to 85 miles an hour. Maybe a gust up to about 98 miles an hour is looking more probable. So as we see that center of circulation pass to the north of us, you can see it just north of Athens right there. The winds do continue to steadily track on down, but we're still looking at gusts up to about 40 miles an hour as that center of circulation is still well north of us. And then as we go into the afternoon hours, when it's looking completely clear here in central Georgia, yes, we're still seeing some gusty winds up to about 25 miles an hour. This is going to exist into the nighttime, as Tropical Storm Helene is a very large storm and has a very large wind field as well. So those winds will persist as we go into the morning hours and even into the afternoon hours on Saturday as well. So now taking a look at rainfall, this is our other impact we're really looking at for the flood risk here in central Georgia. So this is going to take into account all the rain that we are forecasted to see. And now it looks like the values have actually ticked on down according to this latest run, maybe anywhere from about the 4 to 6 inch range. So that would be good news, but I still believe 5 to 7 inches, maybe getting closer to 8 to 9 inches locally is definitely going to be kind of the top end of that range, if you will. So if we follow this suit, that would be good news in terms of flash flooding here in central Georgia, but still definitely plenty of enough rain to provide for some flash flooding risk all over the area. So in light of that, we have a flood watch all across central Georgia, really all across the entire state of Georgia. So those low-lying areas near bodies of water are going to be more susceptible, areas that don't really drain well. We've already seen that throughout this morning with some traffic alerts here in central Georgia. Definitely going to want to keep an eye on this, as this will go from now all the way until Friday morning when that rain does finally move on out of here. So a weather impact alert is in place for today all the way into the first half of tomorrow. So once that rain really gets on out and those winds start to go down in speed, we can finally get rid of the weather impact alert. But before we get there, really the impacts we're looking at are the gusty winds and the heavy rainfall amounts, but also those possible severe storms, and looking more and more probable according to what I did show you on that tornado parameter associated with Helene. What you're going to need is to continue to stay updated with us around the clock as we get these updates. Continuing to get advisories every 3 hours. Closer to landfall, we'll start to get these advisories every hour. So staying up to date with us on our 13WMAZ app, 13WMAZ.com, 13WMAZ Plus, our streaming app, is going to go a long way. But obviously, with the gusty winds we are expecting and the heavy rainfall amounts making that soil really loose, trees are going to be more prone to being blown over. So we're definitely looking at the risk of widespread power outages all across central Georgia. But also, if you're old-fashioned, handy-dandy weather radio is going to give you all the severe weather warnings that you do need as we continue to deal with the impacts of Helene as we go throughout tonight. So if you haven't already, continue to prepare, but hopefully you already have prepared. Secure loose items from those strong winds. Obviously, it's going to be a messy day with those outer bands of rain, and as we go throughout the evening, the winds are definitely going to pick on up. So really try to find a time that you can, if you haven't already, secure any loose items from those strong winds. When you get strong enough winds, like we're seeing those gusts, maybe up to about 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, all of these things act as a projectile and can damage structures being blown around at high speed. So that includes patio furniture, trash cans, outdoor decorations, trampolines, grills, and propane tanks. And obviously a couple more items that you may have in your backyard. So really anything you don't want to get blown around that you do have property-wise outside, you're definitely going to want to store it, or you're going to want to secure it in some fashion. Now taking a look at some other actions that you can do. Obviously, the securing the loose items is the big thing, but buying canned food and water and charging all devices that you need now. So if you've already been outside, you've secured your loose items, you've gone out, you've gotten gas, you've gotten food, you've gotten water, something that you still need to do and you can do throughout today is charging your mobile device. Anything that you need to get any specific type of weather alert, and also in order to stay updated with us on the 13WMAZ app if there is to be widespread power outages. Be aware of any alerts and continue to stay updated on any changes to the forecast. Right now, we're not looking at too many changes, as at least compared to the past couple of days. We've definitely seen the track and the cone change quite a bit here in central Georgia. The one thing we still remain a little bit uncertain about is which side of the storm we're going to be on. Is it going to be on that dirty side, or are we going to be on the calmer side, that west side? So right now, that circulation is actually trending a little bit further east. We have seen areas further west in the cone trimmed on off and starting to follow suit a little bit more with what our graph model does say, our future view graphic that I showed. It is going to be a Category 1 hurricane moving into central Georgia, which, to put in perspective, any kind of tropical system that we've really seen here in central Georgia, it definitely has been a tropical storm or even weaker by the time it's made its way to us. Obviously, it's moved over a good amount of land, moving at a slower speed. Those things have been taken into account, but Helene is definitely utilizing the least amount of land possible and taking a straight direct path to central Georgia, but also going to be moving at a very good speed. Nonetheless, Helene is a very large storm with widespread impact. So going back to that, I will show you the cone of uncertainty, and I will want to emphasize that this cone shows you all the paths that this center of circulation has the possible taking. So obviously been slimmed down, pretty good agreement right now, right here as it does move through central Georgia. This does not include where the impacts are going to be. We're seeing impacts right now currently down in the peninsula of Florida, over in the panhandle of Florida, even up in South Carolina where we saw a tornado warning. So obviously the impacts are going to be spread far and wide all across the southeast. So just because you're not in the direct path of Hurricane Helene doesn't mean you won't feel the impacts. But continue to stay updated with us here at 13WMAZ as we continue to get more information. For now, I'm going to take it to the comments, see if I can scroll through, answer any questions that a lot of you have had. Going to see, okay, already seeing a couple of county by county questions right there. So what about my county? What about Milledgeville? What about Baldwin County? What about Wilcox County? So I will want to emphasize that the effects, the strongest impacts rather, we're all going to see rain pretty much continuously now is what the latest Future View model run is showing. But once we get into the overnight hours, so around that 12 a.m. window, 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. is when we'll see the heavier bands of rain start to move into our southern counties. So areas like Wilcox County, Telfair County, Dodge County, Pulaski County, all these areas in our southern corridor here in central Georgia, that's when we're looking at the major impacts to start to begin as we go into the overnight hours. Now let's take it about 2 hours forward in time, about 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. excuse me, definitely seeing widespread rain of those heavier bands associated closer to that center of circulation. So basically just about everyone in central Georgia going to be dealing with heavy rain and gusty winds by about the time we get to the 2 a.m. window. And this is going to have a little bit of fluctuation. This graph model is definitely varied on time just a little bit over recent model runs, but we are still going to continue to monitor that. But right now we are seeing widespread heavy rain and gusty winds all across central Georgia right now at the 2 a.m. window. Once you see that center of circulation go over, that's going to creep into our southern counties around the 3 a.m. window. So around that eye wall right there. And you will actually, if this eye is to still kind of have that gap in it, is definitely going to be a lot calmer in that eye if it does continue to have its shape as it treks overland into central Georgia. So that is a little bit of a brief break, but don't get too comfortable because obviously we have this southern edge where there still are heavy bands of rain and very gusty winds after that little bit of a calm period. So now we'll take it to 5 a.m. The center of circulation continuing to move into our northern counties now, but still southern counties going to see some wraparound showers and heavier rain bands. So we are going to continue to monitor that as we do look at the radar and kind of nowcast it as we go throughout the early morning hours. And then by about the 8 a.m. hour, that's when we can say that we have basically almost all of the rain out of here in central Georgia, maybe some lighter or steady showers, but those gusty winds are still going to persist for a little bit into the afternoon. So definitely maybe not the best to go on outside still with those gusty winds, and anything that is loose in terms of tree branches or anything else. Yes, those are definitely still going to be prone to being blown down, as those winds are still going to be rather gusty and going to be able to blow those down. So I hope that kind of gives you a good idea of a county by county basis. Obviously, southern counties going to see the heaviest impacts before those northernmost counties, areas like Milledgeville, Baldwin County, going to see the impacts maybe about an hour after those southern counties. Like I said, this is a fast mover. Typically, a frontal system that we'd have, it would take a couple hours to move on through here in central Georgia. Well, this is really moving at a pretty substantial speed. We did just get a beep though. I'm wondering exactly what that was. Let me check my phone for a notification. Just a watch? Okay. Meteorologist Ansley Parker's over here. We're doing coverage all morning long, and then David Guerrero and Ben Jones will be in later on this afternoon, and we'll be back here in the morning once again. But tropical storm warning. Okay. Okay. So getting all of the beeps right now, trying to hone down on what that update is in. I do see a flood warning. I don't know if that's specifically for us here in central Georgia, but okay. So what they have done so far is what Ansley is telling me is that we have extended the time period for this tropical storm warning in some of our counties. So right now, tropical storm warning means that you have the expected tropical storm force conditions within the next 36 hours. So obviously taking that back a little and making sure that everyone is going to know the time frame specifically for when you're going to see those gusty winds and those heavier rain bands perhaps. But that's really what these watches and warnings are. They're really based on wind speeds. So definitely wanting to continue to keep that into account. This is a little bit of an extension of it per se. So that's what we are hearing the beep every time we get an update with those watches and warnings. Obviously, any of our immediate severe weather warnings, we're talking tornado warnings, we're talking flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. We will get those, obviously, and you will hear that kind of dinger go off very faintly in the background. Did I say sustained winds will be 85 miles an hour here? No, the sustained winds will not be 85 miles an hour. That was the latest timestamp from the National Hurricane Center. We are looking at those gusts to kind of reach up to the 85 mile an hour range. We definitely have the potential, depending on how intense this storm does get before making landfall. Obviously, if you get to a higher Cat 4, then obviously it only has so much time to weaken before it does get here into central Georgia, and that would have more implications for wind speeds. But right now, 85 miles an hour, that's when we're kind of talking about getting those very top tier or top of the range gusts is really what 85 miles an hour is talking about. How is the tornado potential in Macon? The tornado potential here in Macon is definitely not as high as areas further to the east. So you did just see that center of circulation kind of go up our eastern half here in central Georgia. Macon would be really close to that center of circulation, but we're also talking about Macon maybe being on the calmer side, but still at the same time, hurricane force conditions are expected here in Macon. So maybe you're not on that dirty side, you're not expecting the tornado potential. It is still going to get quite messy here with those winds expected within the next 36 hours of 74 plus miles an hour. Yes, that is definitely good enough to do some damage, arguably more damage than possibly a tornado could do, because these are brief spin-ups that we're talking about. We're not looking at very long sustained tornadoes, but yes, definitely wanting to keep an eye out on that. Definitely wanting everyone in central Georgia to stay prepared, whether you're on the dirty side, whether you're on the clean side, whether you're in a tropical storm warning or you're in a hurricane warning. You're all going to feel some sort of tropical impacts from this. You're going to have very gusty winds on top of heavy rainfall accumulation amounts that's going to really last all day long. And like I said, trees, power lines, anything outdoors are going to be blown around because these are very substantial winds. And even these counties in this tropical storm warning, I will say, I mentioned that range to you, 39 to 73 miles an hour. We're looking at these counties to be more on the upper end of that range. Definitely going to be a strong tropical storm if it is to weaken into that as it moves over central Georgia. So like I said, prepare accordingly if you haven't already, and if you have already, can ensure that you are continuing to prepare. Charge your devices. Be sure you have a way to keep updated with us. Once we get into really the thick of the impacts, we will be on air here at 13 WMAZ, and if we are to have any power outages, you'll still be able to watch us on the 13 WMAZ mobile app. Jones County, also one area that we're looking at that center of circulation really to pass on through. Tropical storm warning, but like I said, probably the upper end of that range, probably sustained winds, maybe close to about 60, 65, maybe 70 miles an hour. Some gusts just a little bit higher than that occasionally. Tornado chances in Baldwin, Milledgeville on that eastern side, on our eastern half, so better tornado potential chances than the western side of our viewing area. But still, like I said, you're going to have those tropical storm force conditions, and that's definitely good enough to do some damage, whether you see a tornado or not. What's Macon and Gray looking like? Macon and Gray, we're looking at seeing the impacts a little bit later than our southern counties, but we're only talking maybe about an hour because this is a very fast moving storm and is going to have widespread heavy rain bands. So we'll start to see the heavier rain and the gustier winds once we get into about the 11 p.m. to midnight window. And then once that gets on up into Macon and Gray, still looking probably about 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. So a little bit later than our southern counties, but still going to feel the impacts fairly soon after. How fast can the wind speed be in the eye wall? Well, with a Category 1 hurricane, we're still looking at wind speeds anywhere from about 75 to about 95 miles an hour. So it's about a 20 mile an hour range right there. And those are the sustained winds. Obviously, gusts are going to be a little bit higher occasionally, like I have said. So we are definitely looking at the potential. Obviously, I think it's going to be a lower end Cat 1 as it does make landfall as of right now, according to what the National Hurricane Center is saying, not necessarily putting a timestamp on a Category 4 at landfall. So anywhere in that range, we're really looking at the sustained winds, more so our southern counties, because when a tropical system moves over land, it definitely does drastically weaken. It needs that warm water, that fuel, in order to continue to be very strong in nature, have those gusty winds, have that low pressure, and that's really what causes that organization. So the more and more it moves over land up into the state of Georgia, the more and more it will weaken. It's going to be a tropical storm by the time it does reach North Georgia, but a fast moving storm. So definitely moving over land fairly fast and definitely going to continue, but it's going to make its impacts felt far and wide with how fast it is moving. That rain's going to get you quicker than it would with a slower moving storm like some of the past ones that we have had. Take Hurricane Debbie, for example, and that definitely didn't even really go into here in central Georgia. It definitely passed through the southern and southeastern portion of the state of Georgia. Hurricane Idalia, we definitely got some gusty winds and some more severe impacts further down in our southeastern corridor, but once again, didn't go directly over us, and they were both slower moving. This one is taking a direct path up into central Georgia right from the Gulf of Mexico and is also moving at a faster speed than those two. That's why we're seeing that Category 1 status as we still see this storm move into central Georgia. What about Warner Robins? Warner Robins, same time frame I kind of just said for Macon and Jones County, just maybe a tad bit before, maybe about 30 minutes before. Obviously, Future View doesn't go out to those individual half hours, but we're still looking at the heaviest rain bands to start in our southern counties, 11 p.m., and then more so widespread as we go into the midnight hours. So 11 p.m. all the way until 8 a.m. is going to be that window for the heaviest rain bands and the gustiest winds. That's when you're going to want to stay weather aware and stay updated with us. And I know this is in the overnight hours. Many of you want to go to bed and get ready for the weekend, but yes, go ahead and take yourself a nap today because it's going to be crucially important that you stay weather aware throughout tonight. As overnight severe weather risk, you can't see as well what is really going on. And the good thing is with it, at least, we do have many of you already in your homes because you are getting ready for bed at that time. But still, go to the interior-most room in your home. Try to get yourself away from windows, things that are more susceptible to being broken by flying projectiles, whether that may be tree limbs or any outdoor furniture or anything outdoors. So, and just continue to stay updated with us. I do believe we're going to have our fair share of power outages all over central Georgia tonight. So that 13 WMAZ app is going to be crucial in order to staying updated with us. And that's why I'm telling you to ensure your devices are charged as of right now, all throughout today. You're going to want 100% battery by the time we go into the most severe impacts, because obviously that's when you're really going to need it. And then that's when things like power outages are more than likely going to start all over our area. Alrighty, so we have about 30 minutes until our midday show. Meteorologist Ansley Parker is going to be live on the air giving the latest update with Helene. We just got our 11 a.m. advisory in and going to continue to update you on these watches and warnings and all of those beeps that you just heard faintly in the background. Going to fine tune those and be sure to give you the latest updated forecast. And like I said, David Guerrero and Ben Jones, they'll be in here later on this evening, and then Ansley Parker and I will be back tomorrow morning as well. More so probably tonight, really helping on out. We don't really want to drive in any of this, and neither should you. Obviously, turn around, don't drown, especially with this flooding risk. Even if you see standing water that's only about an inch deep, you never know how deep it could be down the road. So definitely it is good advice to turn around and don't drown. The last thing you want is your car getting stuck in some flood water. So I'm going to go ahead and log on off. Once again, I'll leave you with this. The severe weather potential and the tornado potential, I keep seeing a lot of questions about that, is greater to the east, but not necessarily limited to those areas. There still is potential all over central Georgia, and nonetheless, we're looking at hurricane force impacts from a Category 1 hurricane still here in central Georgia. That's going to be plenty enough to do some damage. So please stay weather aware with us as we go into this severe weather risk overnight. But right now, it is looking like a messy afternoon and messy evening. Those impacts will start to pick up steadily as we go throughout this evening and into the overnight hours. Thank you. National Weather Service chat. I'm going to pull up their tornado warning officially that they did give us. So where is that? That is a tornado warning right there. See, radar indicated rotation, so obviously they're picking up on this rotation that we're seeing, and just getting that new radar scan in, we're seeing those light blue colors starting to cluster together, so indicative of some kind of rotation. Obviously not hinting at a confirmed tornado on the ground as of right now, but this is a tornado warned storm, and it does look like they have trimmed some counties off of this, and this is now just going to be for Lawrence County. This was kind of in between those three counties, so it was for Wheeler and Dodge County, but now moving into that southern corridor in Lawrence County, so that is where we are looking at this. So taking a big picture view, what's it all next to? Yes, it's next to that flash flood warning up in Lawrence, Johnson, and Treutlen counties. Getting another. Okay, so that is the update on the tornado warning, taking those counties, Dodge County and Wheeler County, out. That's that faint beeping sound that you do hear behind me. So right now, that area of rotation, so just to the southeast of Cadwell and Dexter, south of I-16, but moving northward towards I-16. See if I can give you an idea. Moving north at 35 miles an hour as of right now. So going to continue this northward trek of this area of possible rotation. And let's pop it over to our correlation coefficient, or what we like to call, like you see up at the top of the screen, potential lofted debris. So this is picking up on those non-meteorological elements on the radar right now. So when you start to see some of those brighter colors, obviously you definitely have the curvature of the earth, so you're definitely seeing some of those brighter colors further up along the Dexter-Cadwell corridor in western Lawrence County. But right now, not seeing really anything tight bunching up, just a couple of scattered yellows here and there. So that's good news right there. Hopefully not going to be dealing with any more of those clusterings of those yellow colors that we do see. But like I said, the road names in southern Lawrence County right now, Highway 126, Highway 46, and Highway 319. So all of those roads, kind of where they come together, that intersection is where we're looking at this area of potential rotation right here. And that's where it's moving through. It's going northward right now at 35 miles an hour. So it is moving at a good amount of speed. And taking a live look at the radar, yes, you can see a very localized thunderstorm cell that we are looking at associated with this tornado warning, and continuing that northward trek, really the rain extending all the way from the bottom of this warning box almost to the entire top. But yes, taking a big picture view, right now we are seeing rain all over central Georgia, whether that is light rain or heavy rain like we are seeing in this area around here. So more than likely, obviously, if there is some rotation, this is more than likely going to be rain wrap. So probably going to be hard to see. That going to be all the more reason to get in your tornado safe space. So areas in southern Lawrence County, once again, you need to be in your tornado safe space, even areas in Dexter and Cadwell. It's a little bit too close for comfort. And like I said, severe weather or weather in general doesn't obey this polygon box that is outlined by the National Weather Service for this tornado warning. So this comes in light of the outer bands of Hurricane Helene starting to move into central Georgia early this morning and still making their presence known, and obviously still having that low risk right now for potential severe weather, these tornado spin ups. But even at a low risk, you still can have things like this pop on up. So seeing the resolution not quite as high right there. So maybe a little bit of a, but yeah, we were in between radar scans. It was falling behind just a little bit. I'm going to take it back to the velocity so we can really get a pinpoint location of this, but still remaining around those areas of Highway 319, Georgia route, State Route 126, and State Route 46 down in southern Lawrence County is what we are looking at, this area of rotation right now. So like I said, if you live near any of these roads in southern Lawrence County, you definitely need to be in your tornado safe space right now. A very localized cell, but still producing some tight rotation right now, radar indicated, and the National Weather Service has indicated that and issued this tornado warning. So we haven't gotten a confirmed tornado warning associated with this or a confirmed tornado on the ground, but we're going to continue to closely watch this throughout the duration of this warning or until the National Weather Service does allow it to fizzle out. And this actually is not our first tornado warning of the day. We did have a tornado warning further down into Dodge County, the southern edge of Dodge County, early this morning, picked up on some rotation, very similar signature to this, and it did fizzle on out by the time that that warning was allowed to expire. So we have about 19 more minutes associated with this warning. We're going to continue to see if this rotation is picking up a signature like this at the end of this warning, but right now we definitely are seeing a signature indicative of rotation. Once again, those differentiating colors in a really tight space indicating that winds are going in different directions very tightly close together. So watching this very closely, as like I said, this is our second tornado warning of the day so far. Still taking a look at this obviously, this potential lofted debris, this is going to pick up things like tree branches or any loose items outside. Obviously, when you get that rotation of funnel cloud on the ground, tornado is going to pick up anything and everything it can in its path. So this would be a good indication of anything that is non-meteorological flying in the sky. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Not seeing anything too impressive on here as of right now, but something, like I said, going to remain to keep a very close eye on. So locations impacted, obviously, at the beginning of this warning. Let me go down to the one that was latest issued, because it did take Wheeler County on out of here and that notch in Dodge County on the very eastern side of it. So a tornadic thunderstorm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area in Dodge and Wheeler County. Therefore, the warning has been canceled in those areas, but this still exists for Lawrence County, as you can see. And this is going to go until 1:30 later on this afternoon. So about 18 minutes from now is when we're looking at this to potentially expire, or this will get extended if the rotation is still indicative of a possible tornado. So just reading through this note that the National Weather Service has given us. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Cedar Grove, or 8 miles northwest of Alamo down in Wheeler County, moving north at 35 miles an hour. And then impacts, obviously flying debris, if this is a tornado, will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed, and damage to roofs. So obviously not a confirmed tornado as of right now, but just showing you the potential impacts that they have outlined within this tornado warning from the National Weather Service. And obviously issuing a take cover now is what the National Weather Service is saying in this warning specifically. So those areas that I did just mention, once again, your tornado safe space. What that means, that interiormost room that you can have in your house, away from windows, where you're guarded by the most walls possible. And it does look like we've gotten even more areas trimmed off this warning. So getting very, very up-to-date information associated with this tornado warning. And I'm going to pop it back over to the velocity, because that's really the best indication. Obviously, you can definitely see that very localized thunderstorm cell, but this rotation is really a good depiction of where possible circulation is. So continuing to move past that intersection of Highway 319, Georgia State Route 126, and then Georgia State Route 46, kind of where they all come together in southern Lawrence County, and this is moving northward of that intersection as of now. So not seeing any localized towns, which is a good sign, probably a fairly rural area, I would hope, maybe a heavily wooded area. But if you do live near any of these areas, obviously a heavily wooded area, that would make things like trees more susceptible to being blown down. So we are continuing to monitor this very, very closely for the duration of this warning, or until this warning is allowed to expire. Whether it is extended or not, we will continue to be on the air monitoring this very closely. So taking a live look at the current live radar picture, as you can see, definitely a very localized thunderstorm. Like I said, this is only stretching maybe a fourth of the length of Lawrence County. So the rain starting to move into I-16. So obviously, if you know anyone that's traveling on I-16, maybe they're evacuating from the east further inland in light of Hurricane Helene, or they're heading on down to Savannah. They're moving down towards the Savannah area, moving to the coast. Anyone you know traveling on I-16, definitely give them a warning that there is this tornado warning moving northward at 35 miles an hour, a fairly good clip. And this is also going to cross I-16 if this warning is allowed to extend. So right now, taking a big picture view of central Georgia, you can see plenty of rain to go around far and wide. And this is the risk that we are looking at, that kind of dirty side of the storm. But obviously, we're getting these initial tornado warnings starting to pop on up. And actually, if I take it a little further down to the southeast of central Georgia, another tornado warning popping up on down just to the southeast of Hazelhurst and Baxley, Georgia. So this is a tornado warning for Appling County. This is really what we've seen in many areas, not only here in central Georgia. We've seen them in South Carolina. We've seen them on the Florida Panhandle already this morning. So hopefully these are just brief spin-ups that that have a little bit of tight rotation and continue to disorganize, but that's what the risk we're talking about with those spin-up tornadoes on the dirty side. But obviously, this is well north of where Helene currently is. Helene, if we take a big picture view way down here, the circulation is somewhere off here in the Gulf of Mexico. If I pop up the visible satellite real quick, you can definitely see all the clouds associated with Helene. Taking it right here, satellite and radar. So yes, that center of circulation to the west of Fort Myers right now. So that's where the most intense rain bands are, the gustier winds. And that continuing to trek north fairly good, or at a fairly good speed. And then look how far these outer bands are really stretching all across the southeast, across the state of Georgia, South Carolina, to the Florida Panhandle, into Alabama, and even up into areas like North Carolina, Kentucky, and Virginia. Having such a widespread impact is Hurricane Helene already, and it hasn't even made landfall just yet. Going back into our neck of the woods, let's take another look at this velocity scan right here. Yes, you can see light green right now, so not seeing any of those light blue colors. That's a little bit faster than that light green color, so hopefully a good sign of weakening, but still, this warning is going until 1:30 and we are not completely out of it yet. We just see some signs that are hopefully promising of some weakening, and nonetheless, even if this is a confirmed tornado or not, we are still definitely looking at some very gusty winds associated with this very tiny localized thunderstorm cell. But like I said, areas that are included within this box or really close to this box, we definitely are seeing Lowry, Rents, Cadwell over to the west, Dexter, and then you get up to Greta, all these areas south of I-16 in Lawrence County. So State Route 19, all of these areas, if you live near any of those places I just mentioned, get into your tornado safe space now and be sure you are surrounded by the most walls that you can surround yourself with. Once again, those lighter colors merging up against those darker colors that you do see on the radar. That's where we're picking up on winds going at different speeds very close together, and those winds are going in different directions, causing that circulation. Popping over to the potential lofted debris once again. Still not seeing anything impressive right here. You'll see a few lighter colors enveloped within this. And it's not until you get a really good definitive cluster of those brighter colors, maybe even some blues indicating other non-meteorological elements. Not seeing any of that on that potential lofted debris. That's always a good sign that there is a tornado on the ground when you do see those brighter colors, and not seeing anything indicative of that. So that is really good news right now. But hopefully we will continue to see these signs of weakening. And on the radar, typically, the typical tornado signature that you do see is probably a little bit of a kink in the line of the storm. So what I mean by kink is just kind of a little bit of you get just like a concave, I guess you could say, in that line of thunderstorms, and not seeing anything shape-wise on the live radar that would make me think that, oh yes, this is a tornado warned storm, and continuing to get areas trimmed on off of this warning. So the National Weather Service is really remaining on top of this as of right now. They got the notification for this as of 1:19. So yes, right now, real time, continuing to trim areas further down to the south off of this tornado warning. And while I'm reading this and trying to see what they're thinking in terms of terminology, anything important that you definitely need to know, I want to pop this rotation back on up. So where you see those very light green colors against those dark greens, those blacks, those grays, that is going to be indicative of that possible rotation. Continuing to get these radar scans, and yes, hopefully these colors do continue to kind of fizzle on out, and those that rotation definitely isn't quite as strong as when this warning did first pop on up. So continuing to move north at 35 miles an hour towards I-16, so just south of I-16. Also with that latest radar scan, did see a little bit of a northeasterly shift, I do believe. So obviously areas like Lowry right there just to the east of this red polygon that you do see, and other areas that I have mentioned, Greta, anywhere along Highway 319 and State Route 19, I do believe. So Alligood, Dexter, Cadwell, you guys are definitely to the west of this, and this is a northward moving storm cell, but still a little bit too close for comfort. Is better safe than sorry. I would go into your tornado safe space until it is safe to get on out. And we do have our Dublin Skycam. I'm actually going to pop it over that way just a little bit. So let me get a little bit of a sense of direction. So this is just south of Dublin. So if I pop up on the internet browser, I'm going to move this real quick so you guys still can get a good idea of that area we are watching right there while I pull up the internet browser. and taking control of that. And I'm going to take our Dublin Skycam and I'm going to point it southward to see if we see anything. More than likely this is going to be rain wrap, but still a good use of the Skycam, being able to have this to see in real time what is actually going on in certain areas of our viewing area. So I will pop it up a little bit and then I will face it to the south, which it was already facing west. And about right here is dead south. So not seeing really anything on here right now. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at and pop it up on the Skycam right here. That is downtown Macon. I got to hit play on the Dublin Skycam right there. Okay, so this is southward facing. Number one, you can see that sideways rain. So there's gusty winds blowing that rain around. And this is just the outer bands of Helene, giving you a little bit of an idea of what's to come later on tonight. But right now, not seeing anything. Didn't really think we would be able to off in the distance. It is a very messy day, so obviously not too much visibility far and wide here in central Georgia. But we're going to continue to keep the Skycam facing this way, as if this is to trek on closer here in central Georgia, then we would continue to maybe be able to see a little bit of something. So once again, going to go back into our velocity right here and still seeing those colors, right? Like I said, the light greens mushing up against those dark greens, those blacks, those grays, indicative of right now is definitely looking a lot broader. So when you have them very tightly knit, very localized, those light blues that were really in a very small area compared to the other darker colors that you are seeing, you definitely want those to be as close together and as localized as you can. That's very tight spinning, and that's also indicative of some faster wind speeds. And still seeing a good bit of broadening with this. So you're seeing those light green colors kind of stretch on out across the picture right now, all of those light green pixels, and hopefully, like I said, a sign of weakening, but still until 1:30 we won't necessarily know what the National Weather Service wants to do with this. If they still are a little bit skeptical about it, they will issue another polygon and they will continue the warning further northward. But starting to see that rain really enter the city of Dublin. It's getting really close to Dublin. So obviously, not knowing really what the National Weather Service necessarily wants to do with this, we're still picking up on some rotation, even though it is a little bit broader and not as intense as it first was. We definitely want to keep you warned. So if you do live in Dublin, around the I-16 corridor, just go ahead, move to your tornado safe space, because it is definitely a little too close for comfort, and hopefully this does fizzle on out. This is just a strong thunderstorm cell with some gusty winds moving into downtown Dublin, but still, it is better safe than sorry, like I said. The latest update was at 119. Right now it is 124. And it looks like our radar imagery might be running a little bit behind. I'm seeing that 120 timestamp in the top right corner. So this one goes all the way out and has a little bit of motion to it. So let's see if I can refresh it maybe. Okay, so there could be a possible issue with the radar right there, but this is definitely real time. We're continuing to get new scans of this, definitely seeing those light green colors continue to stretch on out a good length. But like I said, Highway 319, State Route 19, and moving northward towards Goretta and I-16, just off I-16 south of Dublin right now. Other local areas do include Harlow, Moores, Alligood, Catlin, and then eventually downtown Dublin, East Dublin. So if you are in any of those areas outside the polygon as of right now, definitely want to proceed with caution and obviously watch from an interior-most room that you can in case this warning is to get extended into the downtown Dublin area in Lawrence County. But this did pop on up in that very southern tip of Lawrence County where that notch is in Dodge County, and then into areas around Wheeler County, and still picking up on possible rotation, although not as strongly indicated as it was when we first got this warning. So we're going to continue to see in the next 5 minutes what the National Weather Service is thinking about this. And I'm going to go ahead and check the National Weather Service chat to see if they say anything. Okay, so right now in real time, we did just get a notification. Rotation has since weakened and broadened, so the warning will be allowed to expire at 1:30. So we have 5 minutes left on this warning, and still, even when this warning is allowed to expire at 1:30, I definitely want you guys still to remain inside. Right now, meteorologist Ansley Parker is over here with me. Ansley, you have something that you'd like to share about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is coming along a string of potential tornadoes that we could have really for the rest of the day, right? You know, we're watching this Hurricane Helene as it makes its way into the area. And earlier we saw several hurricane watches and tornado watches issued for areas surrounding our area right here. So we're kind of going to take a bigger picture here. You can see there's another tornado just down to our south here at the moment. And really, this is going to be possible for the rest of today, kind of heading into this evening. This is one of the potentials that we were watching. You can see another tornado warning just here over Baxley, and then obviously the one that we have over here in Lawrence County at the moment. This is really coming along where we could watch these possible for the rest of the day. If I kind of take you to our satellite and radar where you can see the watches, that's where you can kind of take a picture of what we have been watching in terms of tornado potential surrounding our area. So kind of going big picture here, if we're zooming out, this is where the tornado watches have already been issued earlier today. So just to our east, just to our south, and then down here towards Florida. And all of these are coming with the outer bands that are coming along with Helene. So again, this is kind of the potential we're watching for the rest of the day, but similar to what you just saw with our current tornado warning, they're going to be very short-lived, and then they're going to be radar indicated. So as of right now, we're kind of just watching when these pop up, when that rotation starts to tighten in certain areas like that. That's what we're kind of watching for the potential for the rest of this afternoon and heading into this evening as well. That's really going to be the main threat with a few of these tornadoes, excuse me. So kind of looking at what we're going to do for the rest of the day, we're just going to keep watching for the potential for these to continue to pop up. We kind of take it a little bit closer here for what's going on down here just south of our viewing area. Again, you can see that has just been extended just to the south of the viewing area and just in the corner of where they have issued this tornado watch. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something from the National Weather Service kind of telling us that we're going to be extended into this tornado watch, especially as we push closer to the coming hours when we're kind of watching the more intense impacts from Helene starting to roll over. I can see right there over there that Alex Pry does have another look at the sky cam over Dublin. I'm going to take it over to you, Alex. Tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing.
Yes, it's really just that sideways rain, so indicative of those gusty winds. This is facing southward from downtown Dublin. This would be looking directly into that tornado warning that we do have. And once again, we have received notification from the National Weather Service that this storm no longer looks capable of producing a tornado. And that is very good news, because obviously that's what we're really looking at, those spin up tornadoes, but obviously some of them can gain enough strength to start to touch down and be a little bit longer track, but we still are looking at the potential for that to exist all throughout this afternoon, all throughout this evening. It's really looking like a lot better chance as we go throughout this evening. I can actually pop up what our tornado parameter says. We have a graphic that really kind of outlines all the instability aspects of the atmosphere. So when I pop it over to that real quick, I believe if it is going to pop on up. Okay, it's over here behind me. Maybe I have to take it full screen real quick. There we go. Okay, so you can see all of these light gray colors, maybe these kind of faded whites. This is our tornado parameter all across central Georgia throughout the afternoon hours. Really not anything significant, but it also is indicative that a tornado like we just saw, or a tornado warning storm, can pop on up very easily. Once we go throughout the evening hours tonight, yes, you can see once we get closer to that circulation of Hurricane Helene, some of these brighter colors, you're starting to see some pinks, some reds, some oranges, some yellows. That is going to be a higher significant tornado parameter as we go throughout tonight. It's going to exist for much of our southeastern half, really our eastern half here in central Georgia. It looks like it does look to be peaking in that pink color around the 1 a.m. hour tonight. And then as Helene does continue to trek northward here in central Georgia, that tornado potential, that east side of the storm, does continue to filter out to the east here in central Georgia. So that is really what we have been looking at. And this also goes at this. We had a day 1 outlook for our severe weather. So many areas here in a level 1 out of 5 risk for severe weather. And then we're also talking about level 2 out of 5 risk for areas like where we did just see this warning pop on up. Let me pop it back over to the satellite picture and the radar. And this warning should have been allowed to expire, so we should no longer see that red box. It's taking a minute to load, I apologize. Okay, so yes, no more red box down there in Lawrence County. But like I said, areas, especially around the Dublin area, just south of I-16, some of those local areas, Harlow, Goretta, Catlin, Condor. This is still a strong thunderstorm with some fairly gusty winds. Not seeing anything indicative of a severe thunderstorm warning or a special weather statement allowed to continue with this, but still, you're going to want to be indoors for this. It is a good sign that we have seen that rotation weekend associated with this spin-up tornado, and I'm going to pop that over one more time. And yes, you can see there's definitely some differing colors over there like I was talking about, but it has broadened. So like I said, they need to be tightly knit together so those wind speeds are going at a very fast speed, very close together, and that would be indicative of circulation. So right now, the big picture view is outer bands of Hurricane Helene, a Category 2 storm as of right now. So I'm going to toss it back to Ansley real quick.
Yeah, we're talking a little bit more about Helene and kind of what we're expecting for the rest of the day. So now that that tornado warning has expired, this is a good chance to kind of talk a little bit about what we're going to expect to see for the rest of today. So here's another shot at downtown Dublin. Again, lots of heavy rain, and then again, gustier winds starting to pick up now that we're starting to see these outer bands of rain making their way into central Georgia. Here's another satellite and radar shot. Just all of these outer bands of rain, and we haven't really seen the center of the storm make its way towards us just yet. This is really kind of just the outer bands. The center actually hasn't exactly made landfall yet either. So these are just the outer bands. And again, tornado watches have been extended for regions, but that's not the only thing that we're watching. We're also watching here flash flooding. We're dumping a whole lot of rain onto some already very saturated soil. So this is really what we're watching over the next couple of days. Is we're watching this tornado potential and then also the amount of rainfall that we're accumulating ahead of this storm. And we're going to continue to tack onto our rainfall totals in the coming hours here. So again, the satellite and radar shot, the center of Helene all the way down there over the Gulf, still at Category 2 strength and continuing to make its way towards landfall here. Expected to be a Category 3 storm by the time it does make landfall near the Big Bend region here in Florida. And again, I'll kind of bring attention to these red boxes here. These are our tornado watches neighboring our viewing area here. So still sitting here to our east, to our south, and then down here in Florida ahead of these outer bands that are making their way in from Helene. So it's very likely that we'll watch the National Weather Service extend this watch box to our area, especially now that we have had a radar indicated tornado warning within this time period. It's likely we'll see them extend that for us here. So again, kind of taking a look at what the National Hurricane Center is talking about with Hurricane Helene. We're talking about a Category 2 storm in the Gulf, continuing its track towards the Big Bend, expected to continue to intensify to Category 3 strength before landfall. And then as we continue towards central Georgia, we're not seeing that timestamp anymore, but what we're talking about is Category 1 strength as it makes its way through central Georgia and then out by the mid-morning time on Friday. So if we take a look at what that looks like on future view, again, kind of making landfall here in the Big Bend region and then pushing further towards us in central Georgia throughout the rest of tonight into the overnight hours and the early morning hours for Friday. If we kind of go closer picture here when we're talking about central Georgia only, we'll continue to see these bands of rain, and a few of these may have some storms similar to what you just saw. We're still dealing with these outer bands, but that's when we've already had a tornado warning. So with these outer bands of rain, that's going to continue to be possible for the rest of the afternoon, heading into this evening as well. Then as we start to push towards the overnight hours tonight, that's when we start to see the center of this storm creep its way closer up here to central Georgia. So this timestamp here, that's about 1 a.m. Friday morning. That's when we start to see the eye of this storm making its way towards our southern counties here in central Georgia, and then pushing further into the early morning hours. It continues its northward track up towards our northern counties. Again, that's where we're seeing really the strongest wind speeds here right ahead of the eye to the east of the storm. That's where things are going to be a little bit more intense. We'll still have some pretty strong winds to the west of this storm, but really looking at the highest intensity over here towards the east on what we call the dirty side of this storm. Then it continues its northward track. The northern counties here in central Georgia may be seeing the impacts of this storm a little later Friday morning, but still in those early morning hours. So what you'll notice here, we're really talking about an overnight potential. So typically when you'd be sleeping is when you need to be aware, have a way to stay updated with us, getting weather alerts, because similar to what we just saw today with these outer bands, we'll continue to have the chance to maybe see some tornadoes possible, and then also some very gusty winds ahead of the storm, as well as a very high rainfall total. So that continues in the overnight hours. And then as we kind of push towards Friday mid-morning, maybe seeing some rain behind the storm, and then Friday it clears out. We'll have some clouds lingering with us, but this is about 10 a.m. and things are looking much clearer now at the moment. Nice and clear conditions behind this storm, really not looking at much of a potential for any intense intense weather after this does push through. And then by the weekend, we're sitting in some clear, comfortable conditions for the rest of the weekend. The most we'll really be looking at after that is maybe looking at the chance for some gustier winds behind this system. So again, still talking about that Thursday to Friday morning period, gusty winds, rain, and again, still watching that potential for tornadoes. That's why we've done the weather impact alert. And this is on the east side of the storm that we're really watching that tornado potential the closest. If we take a second to talk about rainfall totals, well, we've already had a whole lot of rain from last night. We had that line sort of push through the northwestern part of central Georgia, and then we've already started to see those outer bands of rain from Helene kind of accumulate our rainfall total. So this is a projection including what we've already seen. So we could continue to see maybe 4 to 6 inches of rain, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, depending on what is going on with this storm. So we're continuing to kind of monitor that. So is the National Weather Service. They have issued a flood watch for all counties here in central Georgia. So they're also watching the potential for that. Again, we've already had a flash flood warning today, and then we're watching those low-lying areas and those bodies of water for the potential for flooding. So that's what we're watching in terms of rainfall. And then we also continue to have those tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings, and that's going to play into our wind speeds. So we're going to talk more about that in just a second. But right now, meteorologist Alex Pry has a little bit more information on what our radar is looking like right now. What's going on, Alex?
Yes, it's still just really mainly outer bands of rain here on our live radar. We're going to continue to keep an eye out for those spin-up tornadoes. But for now, we're going to leave you off the air, and we are going to continue this talk about the tropics on our live stream. That is going to be found on our 13WMAZ Facebook, our 13WMAZ YouTube. So we are going to continue to closely track Helene around the clock here with the weather team. Be sure to stay up to date with the latest notifications with our 13WMAZ mobile app. This will be very handy, especially during power outages that we are expecting a good amount of here in central Georgia. You can download this in the App Store or the Google Play Store. And also be sure to text any damage photos that you do receive when it is safe to do so to 478-752-1309. That number 478-752-1309. So now we're going to leave you off the air, and we're going to go live on our Facebook and our YouTube stream to continue our tropics talk, and the latest update on Helene is going to come out at 2 p.m. So we're going to go up on the stream now. Yeah, basically. So what I'll start it out, and I'll just kind of give the latest update. We're expecting another one at 2, and then I'll get through like 2 or 3 graphics, and I'll toss to you. Good. All right, I do believe we are live now here on our Facebook and YouTube stream. So this is meteorologist Alex Pry. We're going to be tossing forth me and Ansley Parker. We have been covering the impacts of Helene already across central Georgia. So we had a frontal boundary yesterday, a surge of tropical moisture that caused some overnight showers and storms, even a tornado warning overnight. And we've been dealing with these outer bands of rain all morning and really afternoon long, and they are continuing here in central Georgia. But let's get the latest update on Helene as of the 11 a.m. advisory. So as I have been saying just about all day, we are getting these advisories every 3 hours as of right now. And once we get closer to landfall, we will continue to get an advisory each hour here in central Georgia. So right now, Helene's strength maintaining Category 2 status, sustained winds of 105 miles per hour with some gusts that are even higher. So we have seen that pressure drop pretty substantially over the past couple of advisories. From in between the 8 a.m. advisory and the 11 a.m. advisory, that pressure did stay constant. But before that, between 2 advisories, it dropped 6 millibars each time. So a good sign of strengthening associated with Helene as it churns through that very, very warm Gulf water, or yes, the Gulf water, and just situated to the west of Florida right now. So that center of circulation really going to be directly west of Tampa. So we have some sky cameras down there. We'll probably begin to start to show you as we continue to see outer bands of rain closer to the center of circulation, just to really get an idea of how tense that rain is. So moving north-northeast.
Trees we have down, how much debris we're dealing with, how many power lines we have down, and what we're dealing with there. It's going to probably take us a while to get power back going with the size of the storm, and also just how much of the state it's going to affect. So I would ask people just to be patient. I can promise you we will respond with full force as soon as it's safe to do so. The First Lady, Marty Kemp, would want me to remind everyone to make sure and remember your pets and your animals to take care of them before the storm hits and not during the storm, and certainly we would ask you to do that. To give you a status on the storm, and Will's here as well, he can give you a weather update if you need one when we get in Q&A. This storm is currently a Category 2 with wind speeds at 100+ miles an hour. It's expected to make landfall on Florida's Big Bend area this evening as a Category 3 hurricane. As Will told me in our briefing, at this point it doesn't really matter what category this storm is. It's one of the biggest that we've ever seen in the Atlantic from a size perspective on the width of it, over around 500 miles wide. So it's going to affect a large area as it comes across Florida into Georgia. We believe it can remain at hurricane strength as it moves up through Macon and possibly into metro Atlanta tomorrow evening. This storm will travel north throughout Georgia, exiting the state around midday tomorrow. As I mentioned earlier, this will be a statewide event. We expect strong winds throughout the state with hurricane force winds, wind gusts up to 80 to 100 miles an hour possible into Macon overnight. And certainly there's an extremely strong possibility of spin-off tornadoes, as unfortunately we're going to be on the state of Georgia, and most of our counties are going to be on the dirty side of this storm, or the east side of this storm. So that's something else people need to be prepared for. Be listening to your local media outlets for potential tornado watches and warnings. We also know that this is going to be a heavy rain event for a lot of our state, and I may get Will to come up and explain that to you in just a minute, considering what we went through with Debbie and a lot of flooding. This has the potential to be worse. Certainly the possibility of fallen trees, down power lines, debris, impossible roads, and even something we don't normally talk about, but potentially landslides with the amount of rain that we're going to get in certain parts of our state, and certainly up in the more mountainous, hilly part of our state. So just be on the lookout for that as well. I mentioned the potential and probably likelihood of extended power outages are possible statewide, and certainly we're expecting that in southwest and south central Georgia. Just to recap real quick on the storm moving through the state. So we believe that the South Georgia window for the storm hitting is going to be sunset tonight through sunrise in the morning. Middle Georgia will be roughly a 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. event. And then in North Georgia, we're looking at midnight to noon. So certainly this storm hitting in the middle of the night with the potential for tornadoes and other things, people just need to be very, very, very weather aware all this evening and be prepared at home. I would encourage people to make final preparations before this afternoon so that you'll be ready when the storm comes into our state. And again, I can assure you we will respond with every asset that we have available as soon as it's safe to do so. With that, I'm going to call up General Wilson to give you a quick update on the Guard. And then I think it might be good to get Will to come up, and I'll let you talk about the wind and rain event a little bit. General Wilson.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Well, Governor Kemp and Director Salling, sir, thanks a bunch. We're certainly glad to be here and be part of the team. A lot of great work has happened over the last several days at the local, state, and the federal level. And so your National Guard, your Georgia National Guard, has about 250 folks that are on duty today, as the governor said. He's authorized up to 500, and so we'll make some assessments and see, what is out there that we still need to do after the storm passes through. But we can certainly expand and have the capacity to do whatever the local communities need for us to do all across the state. So some of the initial mission steps that we're looking at, we have route and debris clearance teams already postured throughout the state. Those teams are comprised of chainsaw teams. We have 20 of those that are they're really all over the state, ready to get out and get to work when required. We have 8 engineer teams with some larger engineer equipment to be able to push some debris and get some stuff off of roadways when we need to. We're going to provide a trans company and some logistics capability down to Macon to be able to move commodities around the state wherever that we need to. And then we have just a bunch of general purpose soldiers and airmen that are available to provide protection and security, along any infrastructure or whatever else we may need to throughout the state. So your National Guard is prepared to do whatever that we need to, and a ton of hard work and has gone into the response piece of this so far. So again, just thanks for all the effort and what you're doing for us. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Will.
Hey everyone. So as the governor has briefed and Director Stallings has been saying for the last few days, this is a significant rainfall and wind event across the state. We're expecting tropical storm force conditions at a minimum in all 159 counties in Georgia tonight and tomorrow morning. The high risk that you can see behind us from the Weather Prediction Center is their highest product that they issue. That was issued last in Georgia during Debbie for the 10 to 14 inches of rain we saw then, and we're expecting, including yesterday's rain and tonight and tomorrow's rain, storm total rainfall amounts to be somewhere in that same vicinity of 8 to 12, maybe even some higher amounts in the northeast Georgia mountains. So a high threat of significant flash flooding, life-threatening flash flooding. I would encourage everyone to have their emergency alerts turned on. If you're under a flash flood warning, you need to seek higher ground. If you're in a tornado warning, you need to seek lower ground. So again, that's two different things, two different actions to take, but you really need to be weather aware, as the governor said. We have a chance with the extent of winds, and certainly within about 50 miles of the center of the storm as it moves through Georgia, hurricane force winds to be possible. With the super saturated grounds from the rain, it will make trees and power lines that much easier to come down. So I anticipate widespread, maybe extended power outages tonight and tomorrow. Luckily, this storm will move out fairly quickly for a hurricane, so by midday tomorrow we should see weather conditions start to rapidly improve, and we do have a pretty nice weekend behind us, so we can get out there and respond and recover.
You want to talk about the size of the wind field?
Yes, sir.
Compared to previous.
So this is the corollary really is Irma from 2017, and it's even larger. Right now, the wind field, the tropical storm force wind field, is forecast to be 400 or 500 miles wide when this storm peaks out later tonight. And as it moves through Georgia, it's going to cover the entire state. So that's why we see the tropical storm warning for the whole state, and then obviously you have the hurricane warning for much of the state as well.
All right, thank you, Will. You got anything? We're good. All right, y'all got questions for anybody? Art?
Governor Kemp, with the estimate, I know it's early and this is a lot Chris Stallings talked about yesterday. Do we have any anticipation on the cost and how federal dollars could also help? Where are we looking to post of the storm, even though it hasn't hit just yet?
Well, we'll certainly worry about that when we get through all this. I know, and Director Stallings can come in with probably more specific numbers than me, but the thing I took away from the briefing, and I remember Hurricane Michael well, because it was right when I came into office, and that the storm actually hit when Governor Deal was in office, and it was during the transition, and so we were working on a lot of the aftermath of how, and everybody remembers how massive that storm was, how much damage it was, not only normal damage, but just from an ag perspective and other things. And I was talking to Commissioner Harper about this earlier, but I mean, they're thinking the dollar amount of damage for this storm is going to be bigger than Michael, so it's going to be a lot.
Governor, are there any plans on what to do if outages affect the airports?
I'm sorry?
Are there any plans on what to do if outages or the weather affects airports?
Well, we'll do what we always do. I mean, you know, they got backup power sources and other things at the airport, but, you know, just like our utility contractors and our Georgia Power and EMC employees, I mean, they cannot work if the winds are so severe that it's dangerous for them, and certainly that's the case with people flying at the airport, so I'm sure at some point there'll be a slowdown or a stoppage. But, you know, I know the mayor gave a press conference, I think it was yesterday. I've been in touch with him and the airport folks. You know, they know how to handle these things. The good thing about us having the State Operations Center open is that we're in contact with all these state and local resources, and so we'll just work through that if that ends up being the case.
Governor, this may be more of a question for Commissioner Oliver, but what will happen in Department of Correction facilities? Will kitchens still be staffed and that sort of thing?
Tyrone, you want to speak to that?
Yes, kitchens will be staffed. The resources that we allocated to the storm response will be mainly internal, but then external if needed. So mobile kitchens could accommodate inside the prisons, but then also if it's needed in the community, we can go out there and respond as well.
Director Stallings, can you go over, time is running out for people to get the things they need. Can you go over the kinds of things that folks should have in their homes now to be able to ride out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days without power?
It's pretty simple to think about food, starting there. You need non-perishables, things that doesn't have to be refrigerated should you lose power. You know, crackers, peanut butters, things like that. If you have health conditions, as we talked about yesterday, those medicines, the pharmacy board did approve policy 14 as of this morning, so you're able to have those extensions done, get the early essential medications. I think some batteries, you know, if you've got a battery backup, sometimes we forget. Now, you don't want to set it in the garage, but a lot of times you can get a lot of power from your vehicle. Just go outside, crank the car, you can charge phones and things like that inside the car. But the simple things are those simple fixes. Think about what you'd take on a picnic with you. That's the type of food you want to have inside the house for a few days. We recommend 72 hours. So whatever you think you need to get through 72 hours, a few gallons of water, things of that nature. It's a good time if you have a bathtub at home. If you're on a well, you want to go ahead and fill those bathtubs so you can still flush commodes. You can do things like that. If you think you're going to lose certain amenities, think about those. I mean, fortunately, the temperatures aren't going to be super bad. So heat and cold we're not so concerned about. Our primary focus in the question about the airport was important. Our primary focus for recovery is our hospitals, our senior living facilities, our assisted living facilities. Any medical facility is a high priority for us. As part of the route clearing, you'll see us opening up, and Georgia Department of Transportation will be pushing those teams to clear those routes. But things that you think about whenever you're responding to that, that's what you have. Simple items, but it'll get you through.
Governor?
Yeah.
Any concern about people who are much further inland, maybe not taking the warnings as seriously as maybe they should? And what would you say to folks who are frustrated by the school closures?
Well, I mean, look, you know, we're recommending the school closures from a safety perspective. I have not heard any complaints about that. I think people understandably think that's very reasonable. I mean, this is one of the biggest storms we've ever had. I mean, it may not be the strongest category, but from a, you know, wind field perspective and the amount of damage that it has the potential to do statewide, it's better to be safe than sorry. I would hope that with as much media has been paid attention to on the storm, that everybody in the state is weather aware, and if not, after today, I certainly hope they are. And I would just encourage them to be vigilant. I mean, it's literally going to affect all 159 counties. I remember being from Athens in northwest Georgia when Michael came through. You know, I really saw firsthand at our home in Athens the full effect of being on the dirty side of a major storm. I mean, even when it came through way up in Athens after, you know, coming through southwest Georgia, it was snapping trees, knocking power lines down. I mean, it was unbelievable. And so we're going to see a lot of those type things over the next 24 to 36 hours. So I would just tell people to be very vigilant about their surroundings and where they're sheltering, and continue, like was mentioned earlier, have your weather alerts on.
Governor, have you been in touch with any other states? I'm asking that because obviously the destruction is going to be widespread. You've deployed a lot of resources already, but it sounds like if you're deploying resources all around the state, that if it's really going to be.
Yeah, well, GEMA is in constant contact on things like this with other states' emergency management agencies. I mean, I've been texting back and forth with a couple of different governors that have offered support, which we do the same thing when storms hit in other places, so I'm not too awful worried about that. The thing about especially Florida with Governor DeSantis, I mean, his team has been through a lot of these, unfortunately, but they're very seasoned, and this team has too. You know, you think about the things that we've had to respond to, whether it's a bridge on I-85 getting burned, or tornadoes we responded to, hurricanes, and then certainly recently with Debbie. Even though a lot of people in this part of the state here in our capital city didn't really feel the effects of Debbie, places like Lowndes County and certainly in southeast Georgia, in and around Savannah, I mean, that's one of the worst storms we've ever seen from a flooding perspective, and a lot of people didn't really realize that. But we had a great response down there, and we're ready to go. And like I said, we got a lot of assets, state, our utility company partners, private contractors that we have on state contract that help us with the debris removal, and others are all ready to go. And we'll call up more guardsmen and other folks if we need to. We'll ask for other resources from other states if we need to, and certainly our partners at FEMA have been in the trenches with us too. So we're as ready to go as we can, but there's just not much more we can do until the storm hits, the winds die down, and we can come in there behind it and start clearing roads and getting power back on.
Governor, you mentioned some of the emergency shelters earlier. Are you expecting there to be a need for any more? And if so, how many? How many people might we see in them? And how many people are in shelters right now?
We have no one in shelters now. We have 8 that are currently standing all throughout the state, and we have 30 American Red Cross response teams ready to stand up shelters as needed. You mentioned the need. As long as there's the power outages, if it's extended, then yes, we'll have to assist there. But it was kind of to the point that the governor made earlier. We're working this all across the state, so we're making preparations to stand up shelters everywhere, but we can't identify those areas until they're needed. So we have teams deployed that can make that happen.
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll keep you posted. It's going to blow up on everything.
Thank you.
Up into Johnson County and into Wilkinson County. So if I'm going to go back to the radar real quick, this would kind of be the area that, like I said, is facing a little bit northeast. And when I pop it over to the radar, you will see what I'm talking about over in downtown Dublin. If we pop it over to where that rotation signature is, yes, moving kind of north of Dublin as of right now. And you can definitely see a couple areas of those lighter greens pushing up against some of those areas of kind of darker grays. Right now, like I said, the colors differentiating those winds going in different directions is what we're talking about, and trying to get some kind of circulation. But getting that live time view of the Dublin sky cam, like I said, we didn't see anything, but maybe some clouds trying to circulate, trying to have a little bit of rotation. And this is definitely indicated by the National Weather Service. There is some sort of rotation, but definitely not anything stretching onto the ground. But once again, the new tornado warning right now is going to go for Johnson, Lawrence, and Wilkinson counties. This is going to go until 2:30. So we have about 31 more minutes on this tornado warning. And right here, this is really what it is. So it's enveloping this original warning that we do have until 2:15, while also including areas further up to the north where this area is headed. So Tucker's Crossroad is the main town that I do see around this area. It does look fairly rural just to the north of Dublin as of right now. And then any roads that I can see, the only one I really see in this polygon is going to be State Route 57 moving westward out of Johnson County. So areas all around, really between Wrightsville and Nicholsville. You're definitely seeing the Tucker's Crossroad area. Any of those areas I did just mention, go ahead and get to your tornado safe space, especially if you are in the Tucker's Crossroad vicinity in northern Lawrence County. You're going to want to go to your interior-most room, as this is a tornado warning, not seeing anything confirmed, obviously, but there is a reasoning that the National Weather Service has continued to issue these warnings as this thunderstorm cell has continued to move further up to the north, and we are picking up on possible rotation. And and then areas further along the way, getting up into the very southern southwestern tip of Washington County, so the Oconee area, getting over to Beach Hill in eastern Wilkinson County, the Toomsboro area just a little bit out of reach with this warning. But as you can see, this polygon does definitely flare on out, so you definitely see it expanding as it goes further and further, indicating maybe a little bit of uncertainty with the path, maybe not going directly north. Haven't looked at the newest warning that they have issued. Let's see if I can pull that up real quick. That would allow for me to kind of get a general direction about where this is moving. Here we go, tornado warning right here. Moving north still at 25 miles an hour. So not seeing that shift maybe northeast, not seeing that shift maybe northwest, but this polygon has been expanded, kind of flare on out as this does move kind of just to the northeast of the downtown Dublin area. So areas closer to downtown Dublin, Highway 319, Highway 441, that's where you're seeing this area that is indicative of rotation continue to move further up into the north. But right now, still nothing in terms of the confirmed tornado. And this warning is going to go until 12:30 for Johnson, Lawrence, and Wilkinson counties right now. I will pop up the correlation coefficient just to see. Obviously, we weren't really seeing anything on the ground on our Dublin Skycam and not seeing anything really indicative of some possible debris flying in the air associated with this as well on our correlation coefficient. So this is what it looks like radar-wise. Obviously, you would see this on the radar and you'd be like, oh yeah, there's some heavy rain with some of those reds enveloped within there. Well, still capable of producing a tornado-warned storm as of right now. So continuing to trek northward, and we're going to be dealing with this possibility really all throughout the next 24 hours here in central Georgia. That spin-up tornado possibility, those areas of possible rotation, and definitely want to get ahead of it as opposed to being late to it. So definitely do understand the National Weather Service continuing to see this rotation and continuing to extend this warning until something may happen or something may not happen. But it is best to be safe and not sorry. But areas further along that would be in the general direction of this polygon include Oconee and then getting up into Tyndall, close to Sandersville and Washington County. But the immediate concern right now would be the Tucker's Crossroad area in northern Lawrence County. So like I said, this area within this polygon, and weather doesn't necessarily obey the polygon, but still right there directly north of it as of right now. So continuing to see the light green over here, and then maybe a couple more light green colors on the base velocity. This is really our best depiction right now, as we have been trying to look northward from the Dublin Skycam, still not necessarily seeing anything indicative of a funnel cloud or per se, but we're just really seeing a bunch of low-level clouds all around downtown Dublin. So if I pop it back over here to the Skycam, yes, you can definitely see a bunch of these low-level clouds that I've been talking about moving on about. Still, some of the cloud shapes might be a little bit misleading. I do understand that, but still, like I said, this is a good visual, but our best indication is going to be that base velocity reading. All right, Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones is over at the green screen. Not quite yet, actually. Needs a minute to pull up the graphics real quick, but yes, going to continue to watch this tornado warning. Right now, a tornado-warned storm. And right now, radar indicated rotation is what the National Weather Service is saying. This is the whole reasoning for this, this tornado warned area right now, and it still says a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So that's what the last couple of tags have had associated with this tornado warning. And like I said, it has been allowed to extend all the way until 2:30. So still another 30 minutes for this warning that does include Johnson and Wilkinson counties, that very southeastern tip of Wilkinson County. So southeast of Irwinton, northeast of Nicholsville, and then on the western edge of Johnson County to the west of Wrightsville. That's where this thunderstorm cell is, that is still capable of producing a tornado, and that is why we have another warning extended to the one that was included in the downtown Dublin area. And taking that Skycam view, obviously we watched it all the way through, all the way by downtown Dublin. Ben and I were really trying to pick out if there was any possible rotation or any of those low-level clouds trying to droop on down. Didn't really see any of that whatsoever, but this is all part of the bigger picture right here. You can definitely see that we have our fair share of rain from these outer bands associated with Hurricane Helene. Still well off landfall until later on this evening, and also another tornado warning that we have just to the southeast of us here in central Georgia. This is still that one in Appling counties, giving you a picture that these spin-up tornadoes and these kind of very small localized thunderstorm cells that we are seeing are capable of producing some rotation, and that's what you definitely need to keep an eye out for, and that's what we will continue to keep an eye out for here on the weather team. And right now, really not seeing anything indicative of possible rotation right now. Hopefully that is a good sign. We can continue to get any sign of rotation on out of here in central Georgia. This is just going to be a heavy rain shower with some gusty winds, but I'm going to continue to monitor the possibility, especially these cells that you may not really think are going to form into maybe a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm. Yes, sometimes you just have to go look at the details. You have to look at the velocity. You have to look at the correlation coefficient, all these other parameters to really get a good idea of what's going on. And we were very fortunate to really get a good view of downtown Dublin from our Dublin Skycam. But like we said, didn't see really anything. We were trying to pick it on out. We saw it pass by in real time, we do believe, and still nothing confirmed on the ground, nothing in terms of correlation coefficient, not seeing anything flying debris wise whatsoever, but still some gusty winds associated with this and starting to creep on up into the Tucker's Crossroad area. And I keep saying all these things. Yes, there's a good sign of weakening, good sign of broadening on the rotation. Still, if you are in Tucker's Crossroad, northern Lawrence County, into that southeastern corner of Wilkinson County and the western edge of Johnson County, you still need to be in your tornado safe space because this is a tornado warned storm. And obviously we could see a flare up in rotation just out of nowhere. So right now we are going to continue to watch this throughout the duration of this warning here on air at 13 WMAZ. And more than likely going to have some more potential for these spin-up tornadoes as we go throughout this evening, as we are looking at more of the heavier impacts of Hurricane Helene to start to filter into central Georgia here. Definitely looking at the heaviest rain, the gustiest winds to start arriving into our southern counties around the 11 p.m., 12 a.m. window is what our future view graphic has been saying, and it's been fairly consistent here about almost the last 24 hours here in central Georgia with the possible path that Helene is going to take. And definitely the dirty side, more likely to see some of these spin-up tornadoes like we are watching, but obviously we do have tornado watches already issued, and that's where you see that big red box just to our east. That's where they're watching for the possibility of a tornado, and that one down to our southeast is actually included in this tornado watch box. But it goes to show you that weather doesn't obey these boundaries that the National Weather Service does give them, or the SPC boundaries for the outlooks, the level risk. You can definitely see some flaring up activity outside the projected area. So not in a tornado watch here in central Georgia, but we still do have a tornado warned storm right here, and continuing to keep an eye on this base velocity right here. Yes, really just seeing the clumping together of colors, not seeing too much really indicative of possible rotation. But like I said, this warning is going to go until 2:30. The National Weather Service will tell us otherwise if that is not going to pan on out. They don't believe that this is capable of producing rotation anymore or a tornado. But right now, as it stands, this warning is still going to go until 2:30. This bottom box is more than likely going to expire, or they might go ahead and take it off a little bit earlier. This is only going to go for about 7 more minutes until 2:15. This is really just trying to include the downtown Dublin areas over to the northeast of Dublin. Let's take it back to the Skycam real quick, see if we can take a picture of what's going on right now just to the north of downtown Dublin. And yes, just seeing those occasional sort of areas of clearing, that's what's giving us a little bit of visibility over downtown Dublin. But this is facing due north as of now, and obviously maybe looks to be a little bit behind that tree line off in the distance, that area we're continuing to monitor. But you can definitely see some of those lower level clouds are definitely moving at a pretty good pace. Our winds are definitely starting to get gustier as those outer bands are getting closer to the center of circulation with Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene, I believe we are have a new advisory as of the 2 p.m. hour. I might pop it. I will worry about the tornado warning as of right now, but we will continue to keep you updated with the latest update with Helene once we get the chance to. But this is definitely a more pressing issue here. This is in our neck of the woods here in central Georgia, and continuing to watch this area. Once again, tornado warning right now. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Continuing to watch the rotation. Definitely not seeing anything on radar indicative of a possible like concaving or a little bit of a kink in this. You typically see a little bit of that because obviously that's indicative of some stronger winds pushing against the initial line of rain and the initial line of storms, but definitely not seeing that. This is definitely, I would say, rain wrap per se, if there is anything. But popping it over to the velocity once again, I really don't see much of anything per se anymore. So that is not a notification from about this tornado warning. Someone asking about the one down in Toombs County, so just outside of our viewing area, but still not seeing really anything impressive on this base velocity anymore. And just to double check, sometimes you have to really look into the details to see what this area is having right now in terms of rotation. It's a little bit out of our view of the sky cam now, so we don't really have that luxury of seeing it in a real-time view. But right now, this Lawrence County tornado warning 215, but if I take it a tick up right here, you'll see this is Lawrence, Johnson, and Wilkinson County, mainly that southeastern edge just to the northeast of Nicholsville in Wilkinson County, and then the western edge of Johnson County over here. You guys know what that is? Yeah, okay. So anytime we get that dinger that you do hear very faintly off in the noise, okay. So the National Weather Service has expired the tornado warning, it does look like, according to the data feed chat.
They have given us a tornado watch.
And they have included us in a tornado watch. So now if I take it on out, I'm not seeing that box pop on up on our live radar.
It does say for Dodge, Johnson, Lawrence.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, not seeing that box pop on up. Maybe it's just taking a little bit to populate here on our graphics computer, but a couple counties have been added into the tornado watch. This is going to go for Dodge. This is going to go for Johnson, Lawrence, Telfair, Trutland, Washington, Wheeler, and Wilkinson counties. So mainly our southeastern corridor, but definitely stretching into our far eastern corridor here in central Georgia. Not seeing that watch box pop on up right now, so we're going to continue to watch this. So, okay. They canceled the tornado warning that did extend into Johnson and into Wilkinson counties. So that longer box that you saw that was going to go until 2:30, that tornado warning has been canceled, and this warning right here is going to be allowed to expire at 2:15. Obviously, about 2:12 right now. Don't know why our radar continues to kind of freeze up on the time frames right there. But like I said, I wasn't seeing really anything impressive in terms of possible rotation, and still a strong thunderstorm heading through the area in northern Lawrence County, western Johnson County, and that southeast corner of Wilkinson County. So guys, definitely want to still remain inside, but not seeing anything indicative of rotation whatsoever. And this tornado warning that we do have is going to be allowed to expire in 2 minutes time at 2:15. So once that box does go on off, we will more than likely go off the air. We're going to kind of regroup, figure out a plan here on the weather team, because we got a new tropics update that came out at 2 p.m., a new update on Hurricane Helene to see if there is any more strengthening associated with Helene. Obviously, the stronger that Helene does get before Helene makes landfall, there's less time for it really to weaken before it gets here to central Georgia, because it's taking that direct path directly from the Appalachia Bay area all the way up here into central Georgia. So right now, taking a live look at the radar. Once again, there's this one tornado warning that is going to be allowed to expire in about 2 minutes, probably a little bit less than 2 minutes now. This is for Lawrence County, just to the northeast of downtown Dublin. And we did have another warning that extended further up to the north and went into Johnson County and went over into Wilkinson County, maybe eventually into the southwest corner of Washington County. But that has been allowed to expire still nonetheless. A strong thunderstorm, not really seeing any lightning flashes per se, but heavy rain and gusty winds. And like we were talking about with the possible rotation, we'll continue to keep a very close eye on that. But it goes to show you right here, this localized thunderstorm cell. I will say when it first started on out down in the southern tip of Lawrence County, this probably only stretched about from where that warning box is all the way to the Oconee area. It was a very localized thunderstorm, and now we are not seeing really anything of it. One more time. One more time. Okay. I'm hearing my producers in my ear. I didn't catch exactly what they said, but this warning about to expire, and boom, there it goes. Right there at 2:15 on the dot, not seeing anything indicative of possible rotation. And now I'm going to toss it over to Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones. We have that tornado warning that has expired, Ben, but still looking at the impacts of Hurricane Helene all day long and into the overnight.
Yeah, kind of a rough thing out there. Great guys, great job there, guys. Alex and Ansley, appreciate that. As we knew we would have these kind of off and on, you know, tornadic things, a little bit of a spin in the atmosphere from time to time, and that is what we're seeing out there now. And again, as we talked about all week leading up to this, most of these are kind of short-lived rotations, tornadoes that for the most part don't usually touch the ground sometimes. I mean, we'll see the rotation, it's broad, it's small sometimes, but the warning has got to be issued and we have to kind of stay on top of it. So that's what's been happening kind of in this corridor here off and on as we've been going throughout the day, and even some of that, of course, late last night after midnight. So the rain moving swiftly. Everything going to plan so far, which is just rain on top of rain. Obviously, the main thing that we've been seeing, and not just in Georgia, but in Florida, is all the flash flood warnings. So tons of that stuff going on. And in the short term, that is the main issue, and in the long term. But as far as the bigger wind, all of that comes in later on tonight still. We're still thinking maybe after midnight, but maybe something like a 2 a.m., something in that neighborhood. All right, so let's do a little touring around here. And what we see is some other batches as you go farther toward the south here. So anywhere from Taylor, Macon counties on down into Crisp County. All of this is just normal rain, but occasionally you'll see these little cells get a little bit squirrely looking out there, kind of like the ones that would have been rolling through Lawrence County, through Johnson into Washington. But so far, we're not seeing any rotation in any of that. As a matter of fact, we can do, which we're going to do a lot of this as we go on through tonight, is just do a check on the velocity and see if we can see anything kind of spinning. Let's go with the storm relative velocity here. Of course, we do have another warning south of us down there underneath Hazelhurst. We'll see how that, you know, reacts once it gets on up into Wheeler County and Trutland, because it's moving toward the north. As we pan around, looking for anything red and green together, little couplets that would show you maybe where something's rotating out there. For right now, we're not seeing anything like that, so that's good. But of course, National Weather Service is scanning this stuff 24/7 looking for that sort of thing. And you may have heard me talk about it before. It's kind of like playing whack-a-mole. You'll get one that'll pop up for a little bit, and a couple scans later, and then it will go away. Yes, go ahead, Erica. Appling County. Okay, Appling County is outside of our area. All right, we'll get to that in a minute. Ansley, look, some folks on digital are asking about Appling County, if you find anything on that over there, Ansley. Thank you. Yes, but back in our area right here, as we look over central Georgia, we're seeing no rotation, which is a really good thing. Let's go big picture and see on the SATRAD here. You can see the rain is just in the same spots over and over again, and that started, of course, last night. So it's just this sort of training effect that we talk about, where it's like boxcars going over a track, one over another. It just keeps dumping rain, and of course another round of steadier stuff about to come into Telfair and Wheeler. That tornado watch you can see off toward the east there, that is just outside of our area towards Savannah and obviously into South Carolina, and then there's this one underneath us. Some of this may follow on up, and we may just continue to see watches go all the way up as we go on through this evening. All right, so let's move down into where the actual hurricane is. And you can see, obviously, tornado watches all over Florida here. Again, we talk about the dirty side of the storm, so it's these bands here that can have spin. So the storm, let's do a look at the latest advisory that we have so far, and at least there was some good news in there that it backed down from maybe a landfall as a Cat 4 back to a Cat 3. It's a Category 2 right now, hasn't gotten to a 3. But the plan is, and you can see for it to go on up, to make landfall later on tonight. This is probably 8 to 10, somewhere in there is a 3, and then still moving pretty much in the same direction that they've been calling for the whole time. We've seen a little bit of a wavering toward the west and back toward the east. But again, if this is where the center is, and some folks don't like to focus on the exact center, I think it is the story here for us, because if you are on the east side of that, there's a big difference in the way the wind field works there. So you can be looking at 50, 60 mile per hour winds on the west side, and you can be looking 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds as you go on the east side. So where that center lines up is important. Having said that, all of central Georgia is in the path of this. So it's not like that any of us are going to have just a little bit of light rain and that's it. That's not the way it's going to go. There's going to be gusty wind everywhere. And if we look, again, a little bit of a change farther north. with the hurricane warnings. You can see in purple there, so Monroe County, Upson County, added on, and last night it was up to Macon Bibb, and now it's been pulled up farther. All this red is all tropical storm warning stuff, so that's for the entire state. So we're in the possible Category 1 hurricane force winds later tonight, and then everybody else, it would drop down. So in other words, there's no part of Georgia tonight that's going to have like an easy ride out of this. Let's get into, let's show you a future view and show you the latest model. Again, we don't have any warnings right now, so we are generally just kind of seeing the rain and then looking ahead to what's coming on in later tonight. Let's see if we can go forward. There it is right there. This takes us into around 5 this afternoon, just more of the same thing. 7, 8 o'clock, just rain on top of rain. This wind, still not a problem at this point. This is around 10 o'clock tonight. This is about when it's making landfall down in Florida, and you can start to see it come underneath our banner down there at the bottom. So this is still the same kind of show here as we get into midnight. And then as we go forward, this is around 2 a.m. So a couple of days ago, it was looking like kind of a midnight to 5 a.m. Now it's kind of looking like a 2 to 7, somewhere in there. Not that in one place, if you're standing still for 5 hours, you're getting, this kind of thing. But to go from our southern counties and to clear our viewing area all the way to the north would probably be like a 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. Now, even before that, in our southern counties, the wind gusts will already be picking up. There's around 3 or 4 in the morning. Again, the graph model has been very consistent, running this off just a little bit east of Macon here, whereas the actual track from the hurricane center is a little bit more toward the west. It's close enough at this point. So we're just kind of splitting hairs. There's around 5, 6 in the morning. And even though the center of circulation may already be crossing over I-20, we're still going to have some wraparound wind for a little bit, and then that will eventually start to fade away. Let's see if we can get it to go here. Come on. And as we go on through this afternoon and tonight, once again, as we've been discussing, there's the possibility of brief spin-ups out there, especially the farther east you go. So it is primarily for east and southeast Georgia. And I will get to that in just a second. Let's continue on with this, and you can see it pulling away as we go into tomorrow morning. Now over to the storm outlook. And you can see we're in a level 1. Obviously, that includes our whole area. We could have little brief spin-ups. But notice how it goes to a 2 and then a 3. And obviously, within this level 2 is where we've already seen some spin and a couple of tornado warnings generally running in this area. So it's kind of lining up with the colors here. And then it goes into a bigger threat once you get into coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina with the level 3. That's where those outer bands get a little bit more fierce out that way. As a matter of fact, we can go into the STP, or significant tornado parameter, graphic here, and this will show, again, you can see kind of the white shaded area. Notice we've already seen spin in these spots, and the farther east you go, as we go on through tonight, it's more over this way, and notice the darker colors were coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina. So it's kind of, and again, that's why it's important where the center of the storm is, because once you get off to the east of that, that's where the tornado threat is. But it's, I would say it's greater farther away from us, but it's not a zero chance as we have seen in some of our eastern and southeastern counties. All right, let's talk about rainfall rates. We've already been piling up the numbers out there, and this is for the remainder. I still kind of wonder if this is undercutting it a little bit, but this is already where some places have already seen 4 inches of rain or more, and we're talking about another 4 to 6, or maybe some greater totals than that. Really kind of depends on where these bands line up and how long they stick around. So some big totals by the time we're done with all that. And then, of course, the one that a lot of folks want to see is the wind gust map. And I'm going to have to back this up here. Let me do a little bit of house cleaning here. All right, I'll just kind of walk you through it. This is around 10 o'clock tonight. Notice our southern county is starting to get into maybe the 35, 40 mile per hour range. And then as we get into midnight, 40 to maybe 50 with some of those gusts. And then this is around 2 in the morning. Notice how now we're really starting to get in with the eye of the storm. Again, it may be right here. The model, it's been really consistent the whole way across. Even if it's here or if it's there, it doesn't matter. We're still going to be looking at 50 to maybe 70 mile per hour winds at this point, especially in our southern half. And then as we roll forward, let's see, there was one right there, 85, 86. We'll see if those numbers actually verify. Sometimes you'll see those shoot high and then we don't actually see those numbers, thankfully, so hopefully that'll be the case. This is around 5, 6 in the morning, still looking at 50 plus. And then you can see once we get into 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, everything is up toward Athens way and then kind of dropping the wind speed down. Ansley, yes.
It looks like we have,
Let's get Ansley's microphone on for a second. Yours? I don't hear her. Let's see.
there we go.
There
All
we
right.
go.
It does look like we have a tornado warning that has been issued, I think, for Telfair County. Right now I'm seeing it down here towards Coffee and Jeff Davis. So it looks like it just clips the corner of Telfair County here. That's what I'm seeing on our polygon. So this line of showers and storms that's moving in to our southern counties here towards Telfair County does look like it actually has 2 tornado warnings on it. So definitely some rotation associated with this band kind of making its way into our southern counties. I'll flip over here to the velocity to kind of get a picture of what we're looking at. That area there, and let me get out my pointer so you can see what I'm talking about, where this red and green here are mixing. That is the area of rotation that the National Weather Service is monitoring. And let me actually pull up the chat and see if I can get a little bit more information about this particular warning. It does also look like they indicate that there is some hail within this storm as well. Kind of let me pull up our hail parameter and get an idea here of what not looking like our hail parameter is picking up on it at the moment. But let's kind of take locations here that we're talking about. The rotation right now sitting over Braxton. So this is the exact area where it's indicated at the moment, Broxton, excuse me if that's the pronunciation. And then if we kind of take this further into Telfair County, taking a look at where we're looking next, all areas north of Broxton heading into Pridgeon and Snipesville need to be in their tornado safe place. So sort of just south of Telfair County, if I can give you a picture here, going wide view, that's where you need to be in your tornado safe place towards Jacksonville, areas south of Jacksonville and Telfair County, and then outside of our viewing area, just down here towards Coffee and Jeff Davis, those areas need to be in their tornado safe place as well. We're talking areas west of Denton and then north of West Green, those areas as well. And you'll notice here we also do have another tornado warning associated with this line that's moving its way into our southern viewing area here. So this entire area of storms that's pushing its way towards Telfair County here, also pushing its way into Wilcox County, seeing some rotation in almost all of these cells here that are making their way into that area. Again, let's take a look at our correlation coefficient, see if we're catching any debris at the moment. Maybe a light debris signature with this tornado warning that we're watching here towards Telfair County. Again, just over the Broxton area, making its way towards Telfair County. But as we've seen in the past couple of storms, these are radar indicated tornadoes. So at the moment, we're not sure if it's a confirmed tornado on the ground, but we are watching. There's enough of a signature of rotation for the National Weather Service to go ahead and issue this tornado warning. So again, areas north of Broxton in the southernmost portion of Telfair County here towards Jacksonville, those are the regions that need to be in their tornado safe place. Keeping an eye on this here at the moment. Again, this is this entire line making its way into our southern viewing area. So kind of taking it big picture. That's what we're looking at here. Another round kind of making its way towards our viewing area that could have some tornado possible storms. And really, this is the area that the National Weather Service has just extended the watch for. So that's what we're talking about when they just issued that watch box further. And I can kind of pull that up for us as well. When they extended that watch box further, these are the areas that they decided to include, and I'm not sure if our data is catching up with that, but if you see this red box here, that's actually what the National Weather Service did extend. And in the chat, they did talk about our areas just to the south here towards Telfair County. So really, we're talking about some tornado possible storms making their way into our southernmost counties in this region here. But again, with these tropical storms, we're really looking at some pretty weak rotation, still not seeing debris signatures at the moment. So let me kind of go. It does look like another tornado warning has just been issued along this same line of storms here. So we're kind of zooming in, taking a look at, you can see all 4 of these tornado warnings, none yet making their way into central Georgia. So down here towards Telfair County, none of these have really entered the county line just yet. But we're still watching this area towards Jacksonville here. Jacksonville definitely want to be in your tornado safe place. These areas are making their way towards you at the moment. And taking a look at velocity here just to kind of see what the National Weather Service is picking up on at the moment. Looking like some areas of broad rotation over there towards Fitzgerald. And then again, still north here of Broxton. So that is where we're watching right now. And I'm going to take it back over to Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones. I'm going to keep watching these, and Ben, you want to tell us a little more about it?
Okay, yeah. There's so many things to keep an eye on at one time, like following the chat and all that stuff here. So thank you, Ansley. Yeah, I think this is this next wave that comes up is probably going to be a little bit of a booger bear here because it's got little swirlies all across it. So again, like Ansley said, it may not mean that these things are touching the ground. but they all have some little ripples in there, little dimples that you see on the velocity mode. And what we did is, because the watch box, Ainsley's right, is not dragging up what the new add-ons to the watch counties, but you can see it there in red. So Washington, Wilkinson, Johnson, Lawrence, Dodge, Telfair, Wheeler, Trutland, all included now in a tornado watch, because this seems to be the highway, which is where about we thought it was going to be, not just now, but even as we go through tonight. Probably going to still occasionally get peppered with one or two of these little warnings out there. The good news is most of these don't touch the ground, as what we've seen today. They're usually kind of short-lived. You'll see them in one scan, and then you don't see them on the next scan. And generally, it's not like a long track type thing. Sometimes you can have that in a tropical system, but most of these we've seen are not showing up great on the velocity map there, but they're enough that we can see some color there and know that they're there. So I could talk about it or I could show you. So notice how each one of these, if you're used to following these kind of things with us, I mean, you would see this far out that we're kind of stuck in between radars. So we're probably not going to see a lot of red and green, but you can at least see a little bit of a dimple in there. So that's going to be rotation with that one. There's a little bit right here with this one. Notice Telfair County, so it's not even in our area yet, but almost. Fitzgerald, as you go on south of Wilcox County there's another little wave. And it kind of depends on which radar you're watching at any given time. If we slide over, we can grab, I think we're on Valdosta there. Right there is where we pick up our radar out of Jeffersonville. Let's see if we can hold it there. Yep, see, it's kind of right in between the radars, so we'll have to kind of hold it there and hope that I'm not in the way. So in this case, you're going to see kind of the green with a little bit of blue out there, but the same kind of thing where you're looking at two different colors right together, a couplet there that shows you where there could be some rotation. So Telfair County, this is just kind of a heads up. This is coming in from the south. It doesn't mean that there will be a tornado on the ground. It just means this is radar indicated, something to keep an eye on. And really probably the vast majority of these warnings that we have seen and will see as we go through today and through tonight, the majority of them may not verify that there was ever anything on the ground. But it's just better safe than sorry, and go ahead and kind of issue those out there. So you'll probably see a handful of these off and on, and some of them may not even go the full distance of their warning time. Like these, let's see, at least that one, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. That one's 3. Yeah, it looks like they're all about 3 o'clock. So we'll see if it actually goes for another 30 minutes. Sometimes if there's a new scan to come in and the Weather Service sees a trend of it not continuing to show the kind of things they were looking at, then they will pick up on that. All right. Let's see. And Ainsley was showing me here, you can see potential of maybe some lofted debris on the CC, what we call. That could be actually what that is, which is wild to pick that up that far away. So there could be a little bit of lofted debris there, which is south of Telfair County. So this is more Broxton area, as we mentioned, toward the north and east of there. Let's go back and forward and see if we can, yeah, you can kind of see where it picks up a little bit and right there on the new scan. So there actually could be some debris there, which, as I mentioned, sometimes they can touch down for just a little bit and then pop back up. So when you see stuff like this, that maybe means something other than things meteorological as far as like rain, hail, and stuff like that. It's actually some sort of material that's been picked up right there. So that might be what it is. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell when you get on these far reaches there. You get a little bit of scattering, but that kind of lines up with where the rotation has been. So that's interesting of note there. As we go on through tonight, overnight into tomorrow morning, make sure you have the 13WMAZ app. Also, you can get it obviously in the App Store and the Google Play, but also the 13WMAZ Plus is becoming an invaluable tool 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a great thing to have. And while we're talking about it, go ahead and charge all your devices up just in case we took a power hit tonight or something like that. You can still jump on and keep up with what's going on. So we will be in all these places. We will be all over the place. So you should be able to find us just about anywhere. Of course, the thing is making sure all your stuff's charged up. So I would get on that. All right, so let's go back to the main picture. Again, these storms are not technically in our area just yet, so we're just giving a heads up for mainly Telfair. It's that one that's at the bottom of the screen there is the one that's kind of showing off the most right in here. That's the one where we're seeing the best signature for rotation, and then maybe even some lofted debris there. All these are moving obviously toward the north at a pretty good clip too. I mean, these things are speeding, which is the whole story of this whole storm. As Helene comes in, it's going to be going so fast. Just not having a whole lot of time to weaken down over land like tropical systems will do. So looking to probably still be a Category 1 hurricane when it comes up here. So again, this wave right here is going to be a little bit of a pest, I think, as it comes on up. You can see a void in there for a little bit. So if we can get this one on up and through, and if we have a couple of warnings here or there, then maybe we can at least get a break for a little while and see what happens a little bit later this afternoon. Sure. As we do big picture here, I'm going to have to go over to the SATRAD for this. So we can see where the actual hurricane is. Again, the actual center of circulation is still well to our south. This is just all the influence of a landfalling tropical system. So just think about it that as it spins counterclockwise, there's a conveyor belt of moisture on this side. It's just getting thrown up here, and it started yesterday, last night. So this is all kind of like the pre-show here of just the rain going and going and going, but the actual storm is down here. But just watch as it's crossing over our banner right here. You can see it moving at a pretty good clip. So, I mean, this thing is going at a decent speed, and their models are still calling for it to maybe speed up a little bit more before making landfall. So it is not quite, as they say in the golf world, pin high with Tampa yet, but it's not far away from that. And then still looking at somewhere this evening, landfall somewhere in the Big Bend of Florida. All right, so let's go back in. Actually, we'll change sources here. No warnings technically for our area right now, but that's probably about to change here in a little bit. I would expect that Telfair County is going to get a warning here in just a little bit. Maybe even Wilcox. Because again, as I mentioned, these things are swiftly moving, so they're about to cross the county line on over into Telfair and Wilcox here. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if all four of them continue on, or maybe it's just one or two. I think at least this guy right here. So if we look at the velocity again, everything's changing pretty fast, so every time we look back, there's probably something a little different. Notice I'm stuck between two radars. There's the Jeffersonville radar, and then as soon as I come down here, I'm picking up Valdosta. So you're getting some color differences because of its proximity to and direction from the radar. But you get the same kind of effect, and that is at least some sort of a rotation right in here. The other ones are really not that impressive. There may be something a little bit right here in this one. Let's go back earlier where we were able to see the potential for debris signature, and that could be it right there. So again, this is south of Telfair County, but that could be something lofted in the air. That's usually, the technology's come a long way. It didn't used to have that, but now you can actually at least get an idea of when it touched down. I mean, it could be, it could be hay from a field or something like that. It could be sticks or, branches or things like that, or even something small leaves, but at least something has been picked up there. So I would expect probably pretty soon we'll hear the ding out here in the studio for a warning on that. Everybody else, as far as rainfall is concerned, that has been a problem already. We've been adding on. Let's see if we can do some of the numbers on that, especially in these purple shaded areas here. So we can ask it a few questions. I mean, you can look right here in Washington County. That's 7 inches of rain already there. Let's go down to Dodge Lawrence. We're looking at 4.5 to 5 inches of rain there. And the Macon area, right in the core, 3.5. So you can see we're already putting up big numbers, and then there's still a lot more rain to go. How about over here north and west of Waynesboro, 8 inches of rain there. This is since last night, since we started piling everything on. And again, just more and more of that as we go on through tonight and through the overnight. Now, I think the story, I know the story, tonight is going to shift from rain. It's still going to be raining, but the wind is going to be the attention getter later on tonight. Okay. Ansley, got anything on the Skycam over there? Looks like some stuff pulled up.
Yeah, I was just looking over here at Dublin because, that's where we had our last tornado warning that we were watching just a few minutes ago. And now, there's still kind of some clouds out there and the scene is still a little bit dreary, but that tornado warning has since moved on. So kind of emphasizing how quickly these can pop up and then also they can go away. But when you have calm stretches like this, I want to emphasize we're still dealing with Hurricane Helene. So it looks calm right now. There's not really any rain or any particular thunderstorms going on, but we're just kind of in between rain bands. I kind of want to emphasize that that's the pattern we're going to be in for the rest of the afternoon. We'll have stretches where things are a little bit more quiet and stretches where we have a little bit more activity. But right now, Dublin just went from a tornado warning to being nice and calm and quiet. So I just kind of want to emphasize that this is a situation we're dealing with for the rest of the afternoon and well into the overnight hours as well. So when there's calm, quiet stretches like this, it definitely doesn't mean that we're in the all clear. It just kind of means we're sitting in between some of these rain bands here. And I'm going to kind of take a chance to see if we can see anything else going on any of our other sky cams. Just taking a look all across central Georgia to kind of see what the impacts are here going on with Hurricane Helene. So I'm going to pull up the Perry sky cam there. There's a look over I-75 near the fairgrounds. We do have some rain in that area at the moment, but doesn't look like they have really seen any severe weather throughout this afternoon, at least not yet. Again, we're still kind of waiting for those winds to pick up, still kind of waiting for that heavier bands of rain when that eye starts to make its way towards central Georgia. That will be later this evening heading into the overnight hours. So we're kind of in a calm period right now. So I'm going to take it back over to Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones with a little bit more information.
All right, we got, thank you, Ansley. It is now a Category 3. Helene is. New advisory has come out just a little while ago, so we're looking at 120-mile-per-hour winds, so still on track exactly pretty much with what's been tracked out for days. This has almost been a no-doubter still as it heads toward the Big Bend. So officially a Cat 3 at 120. Movement is at north-northeast at 16. That's a pretty good clip for a tropical system, and it may even speed up a little bit more. So this will continue on up as we go through tonight. You can see it here. As I go forward, let's see if we can get it to move here. Giddy up. Go ahead and go. There it is. Here it comes. All right, so notice again, probably a 3. We would hope for that. You know, the Cat 4, nobody wants that. Nobody wants a 3, but if it is a Category 3, we'll take it over a 4. So that's going to be still probably about 8 to 9 o'clock tonight, landfall, and then still the track actually, it's still to me looks like it has shifted just a little bit more back in our area to the east. I think that's going to be the new tornado warning right there. And then tropical storm by the time we get into Friday morning in the Atlanta area. But between all that is us, where we could still again be at a Category 1 hurricane. Let us see about that beep that we just heard. I would imagine that's got to be Telfair County. And it is barely, just a piece of it. Now this is kind of interesting, a little inside baseball here. You're leaving one weather office and going to the other one. So you are leaving like Tallahassee, Jacksonville, they all have weather service offices. And then once you cross into our area right here, Peachtree City picks up. So you'll see a football get handed off right here, and you'll get weird polygons that'll take shape right here where they pick up just the part they want. And there may be difference in thinking from different National Weather Service offices, but once it gets above the county lines here, then it all belongs to our office in Peachtree City. So that tornado warning is until 3 as well, so that one's kind of short. What they're doing is they're just picking up the tail end of that one that went until 3, because it's leaving this jurisdiction and going into this one, so they'll say, all right, we'll take it, and we'll keep it going till 3. And then they'll have to look at the signature and decide, do we want to stretch this on up as we go on through the next half hour or so? And they're probably trying to make that decision. Let's see if we can be a part of the decision-making process and look at the velocity. The farther this thing goes up, the better we can start to get more into our radar in Jeffersonville. I don't see anything crazy impressive with that, to be honest. It is all a very rural area out here, so as far as streets or being able to look at one particular part of something that's rotating, I can go in there and take a look, but it's so broad and it's not a good looking, which is great, not a good looking signature for a tornado. But if you are south of Telfair County, 107, thank you, Erica. The eyes don't seem to get better as the years go on. There's a look at, again, a broad circulation, but nothing that is screaming out, hey, this is a tornado. So I think what's happening is that Peachtree City is just going to continue to honor the warning until 3 p.m. by carrying it over the county line here. So new scans are coming in, and with that one, I'm glad when it gets on over into our radar neck of the woods here. Somewhere in here is some broad circulation. So in other words, about to cross over the river and start to make its way on up into southern Telfair. Probably going to be to the east of Jacksonville. And yeah, we see all these other polygons out here, but we're not, I wouldn't be surprised if they expire early, or at least at 3 p.m. they go away, because I don't see anything really screaming at those. Also, though, this happens all the time where we're in kind of a no man's land down here, where trying to pick up signatures. I mean, again, you got the curvature of the earth, you got a radar in Jeffersonville shooting across, and the curve of the earth goes like this, so we're shooting way up into the storm, and then from Valdosta it's shooting, and also the curve of the earth is getting away from it. So there's not a whole lot there in the middle to see this stuff closer down to the surface to really get a good signature on it. So unfortunately, these are areas that are always tough to pick up with that. All right, so let's go back. Other than southern Telfair County, there is no other warning out there, just rain on top of rain. And again, the flash flood warnings, we've seen those off and on. The only one I see out there right now is stuff from Augusta on down. We don't have any in our area just right now, but I think that might change some as this cluster starts to work its way on up, because not only do you have the spin in there, but you got some pockets of heavy rain in there that are going to go on top of some really saturated soil. All right, so if you missed it, Helene is now a Cat 3 storm. And probably, unless it intensifies more, would be a 3 when it makes landfall later on tonight. And again, with the watches and warnings, or we'll just say warnings in this case, normally you would see purple and red all just down here, Florida, maybe a little bit up into South Georgia, but to see it like this, all the way up into our area is pretty rare. So to see from Macon to Forsyth on over, still in a hurricane warning. Again, that is telling us that this should be a Category 1 strength as we go through the late night hours overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Anything in red, so if you're used to seeing colors and you think tornado warning, tornado watch, that's not what this is. This is all tropical stuff here. These red counties are all tropical storm warnings. So that just means that the likelihood as you get on up and away, probably going to have a little bit lesser winds. I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually drag that hurricane warning a little bit more, especially if the graph model is right. I mean, it's been poking some of these bigger numbers over this way. Of course, this goes right along with the National Hurricane Center track, which is through here. So that's the reason why you've got the hurricane warnings there. But we'll see if anybody else gets at it. Regardless of whether you do or not, we're at least in tropical storm warning mode out there for 40 to, I think from that to Cat 1. I think a good range would be 40 to 70 for most places tonight. But we could see some overachievers out there go above 70. There's, again, it keeps showing the possibility of 80 plus miles an hour. I've seen 90. I don't know if I buy that. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Let's take a look at future view and see how it looks. Again, keeping in mind that the National Hurricane Center track is a little off toward the west. There, we may not be able to show that right now because I'm hearing you ding. Tornado watch. All right, let me get to that. That is, and then another ding. What is that one? Waiting for this to load. That's the watch again. All right, well, the watch box is not out yet, but what we can do is we can turn off the radar and throw on the watch counties. Yeah, okay, so this is what they added on here. It's almost like a tornado watch a la carte this afternoon. They just kind of keep adding things on. So now anywhere from Macon, Bibb, south and east is all under a tornado watch. And I would expect that this just continues as we go on through tonight. Farther north we go, we're just going to see these marching on up. And eventually everything's just going to be in red for the potential, especially as we go farther toward the east here. This, the question is this the outer bands? Yes, in a sense. These are the outer influence, the moisture, tropical moisture on the top side of the storm coming in, making rain. So yes, this could be seen as the outer bands kind of getting toward that northeast quadrant, which is generally where you don't want to be. But as I mentioned earlier, the bigger threat for all of that eventually is going to be more southeast Georgia, coastal Georgia. But for right now, some of these this is a band right here coming up. Has little squirrely spots, little swirls in there just occasionally, and they don't show up great on the radar, but they are there briefly. And sometimes they look like this is going for a minute, and then it's kind of broad and it doesn't show up much anymore. So yes, we are in the outer bands of Helene now. That's what all this is coming up. But we'll have more and more of that as we go on through tonight. Let's look at the velocity mode now that it's crossing over more into our area. That is still the only tornado warning technically we have. Goes for another 11 minutes, and that is for this part of Telfair County. Barely anything showing up here as far as rotation is concerned, at least from what we can see. Again, we're in between radars, and this is not in a favorable spot to really be able to pick up tornado signatures when you get in between us and Valdosta here. So these other warnings, there's one. Those are all from the southern office. Tallahassee, Jacksonville is all that stuff to south and southeast of us. So as these come up, we'll see what the thinking of the Peachtree City office is, our office, National Weather Service Atlanta, and see if they think, yeah, we'll carry with it, or you know what, it doesn't look all that great right now, let's just shut these down and keep an eye on that band as it comes on up. And there will be a lot of that tonight. There's going to be where you'll probably have a tornado warning for a little bit. It's a 30-minute warning, and then all of a sudden in 7-8 minutes they'll let it expire because it doesn't look that great. All right, Ansley, what you got?
Service chat, and they're talking a little bit about that tornado warning down there in Telfair County, saying that the reason that they decided to expand it further south, and excuse me, I'm reading the information here, is because they did have a report of the rotation. So it does look like they did have some sort of report which made them think that the rotation was enough to sort of issue a warning here. So just noting that this is still kind of important to pay attention to as it heads towards Telfair County. I would say right now this is probably one of our most active warnings, just because also when we were looking at that correlation coefficient earlier, that's where we still kind of had some of that debris signature. And with maybe a potential report, that means that maybe somebody did see some potential debris being lofted around with this storm. So kind of paying attention to that as it makes its way into South Telfair County right now. But as of right now, it doesn't look like that rotation signature is anything too impressive at the moment. Kind of Ben was touching on that a few minutes ago. Really none of these rotation signatures down here towards the south of our viewing area are super impressive. So just kind of the same thing that we've been watching with that storm over that we had towards Dudley earlier. Lots of weak rotation, just something to pay attention to. And again, another reason why you just want to take these storms seriously as we start to have the impacts from Helene rolling into the area, because we're only going to get stronger winds as we head into the overnight hours as well. So that's kind of what we're watching right now. I'll keep my eye on that for you. Back to you now, Ben.
Thank you, Ansley. All right, so we have, I believe, a guest on the phone here. Jamie Wilkinson with Dodge EMA. Are you there?
Yes, sir, Ben. How you doing?
I'm good. Hope you're doing all right. I hear
sir,
tell
we're
that.
making it.
Yeah, I hear tell you may have some damage from. Was it maybe the storm last night?
Yeah, as of right now, we've had one structure reported damaged. It's a business at this time. Yes, sir.
Okay, is that going to be in Eastman? Is that in town? Or?
Yes, sir. It's on the outskirts of Eastman.
I'm trying to
pretty
remember.
much south of Eastman.
A little bit south. I'm trying to remember, and Alex, you can remind me too. Was that warning a little bit east of Eastman when it came through? South mainly. Okay, that's where this is lining up too. What kind of damage are we talking there, Jamie?
Basically, some air vents torn from the structure and some minor roof and wall damage.
Okay, but obviously the National Weather Service can't come down there and look at it right now, but I'm sure they're going to want to survey that after all is said and done. So any messages you would have for Dodge County folks? I mean, obviously later on tonight it's going to get a little bit breezy, I think is an understatement to say, but as we go on through later tonight, what would you say to folks?
Well, check on your pets, make sure they're secured. Any loose yard, chairs, stuff like that, make sure they're secured. Shelter in place. If you're in unstable structures, seek other sheltering.
And one thing we always mention, I'm sure you drive it home too, what do folks do if there's power lines down near them?
Don't go near them. We always assume they're live and call the power company, but the best thing to do is stay in place, shelter in place. Don't get out and looking and surveying the damage. Wait for the daylight hours. Let us come out and do our job. When the winds get up to a certain speed, it's going to delay any response from us. So if you get out there and get hurt, it might take a while for us to get to you. Well,
and that's the thing. I mean, if we end up looking at 70, 80 mile per hour winds, hopefully that's not going to be the case. But if you have that, y'all's safety is important just as much as everybody else. So I'm assuming there's probably a plan where you have to hold in place until it's gone too. There's no sense in getting out and making things worse.
If anybody's ever drove one of these apparatuses, basically you're going down the road with a big old wind sail. So you have to really monitor the wind speeds and pick the right time when you can and cannot respond.
All right. Do you know if they're outside of that structure, or is there any trees down? Did you get the sense that there was kind of a swath of maybe a path?
No, no reports of that as of yet. We did get out to try to survey after the storm passed last night. Very little evidence of any downed trees.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully that structure damage is not too bad, and thankfully that's all it is, because I guess we would have.
We're starting to see really some minor flooding of some areas, water over the roadways and stuff. It seemed like we got a large amount of rain in a short period of time, so that water's got to go somewhere, and it just takes some time for it to get there.
Oh, I know it, and there's a lot more to come as we go on through tonight and overnight. So hopefully the sun will come up tomorrow morning, and that will be the only damage you have. But something tells me there's probably at least going to be some trees and power lines down if these wind speeds verify. But Jamie, thank you so much, and we probably will be talking again, I would imagine.
Okay. All right.
All right. Take care.
Y'all be safe.
You too, man. All right. So again, the Telfair warning is the only one we have. And if we come down here, you can actually pick it up off that Valdosta and our radar. If I kind of go back and forth, so it triggers a Christmas light show there. But you can at least get the sense that there's some sort of little broad rotation, if anything, right there. Again, no way of knowing if it's on the ground because of how far away it is and the curvature of the earth. As I said, we're shooting way up in that beam, way up high into the thunderstorm, so we're not seeing the surface as well as we would if it was closer in toward the radar there. That goes in for another 5 minutes for that warning. And that was the only one in our area. All these other ones down here, these are all, there's one behind me as well, right there. These are all belonging to the Weather Service offices to the south here. So this is, once you cross over it right here, this is where it gets into the Peachtree. There's the new warning right there. So if we were speculating about it, there is no longer any speculation. That now is going to be the new tornado warning. This stuff needs to back off. We were hoping we could wait till later on tonight. We've got a long night coming. Don't want to do this all afternoon. Let's say 3:45. Whew. For that one, that's a good long chunk of time there. It's 50 minutes. So we'll see how that goes as we go forward. If that stays a warning until 3:45, so we can check some different products here and go storm relative. That doesn't show up as much, so we'll do base velocity. If there is something actually rotating there. Let's see here. All right, checking on a thing or two right here, and we'll move that. Okay, so if there is something rotating right there, that's going to be 117, Highway 149, so already crossing over 117, 149. This is, just to give some bearings, Jacksonville's over here. So this is going to pretty much come up and parallel 149. And as we go up eventually, if we look at the polygon shape here, it has got a long way to go, but eventually it would be heading toward McRae here. But it doesn't mean that it's still going to be going like that once it gets there. There again, it's 3:45, so no other counties in our area are in it. This is just right through the core of Telfair County. And again, we continue to look at these other storms that are down here, but those polygons are on the map, but there's nothing even in them. So I guess they just haven't dropped off, but those two clearly are toast. This one probably the same thing. So I think once we get to 3 o'clock, we're just going to have this one polygon sitting right here. And to show you again what this looks like on reflectivity, let's see if I can get this to, I'm going to save, go back to this. All right, just moving some things around here. You have to set up your different views where you want them and then save them so that I'm not moving a map around, driving everybody nuts every time I have to go back to a different source. All right, so that one, there's there now. Okay, so you can see obviously a lot of rain in this as well. So not going to help some of the flooding problems we just got off the phone with Dodge County, and there's more rain pouring about to come on into Eastman here in just a little bit. And as we mentioned, Jamie Wilkinson did with Dodge EMA just a moment ago, there was damage to a business on the south side of Eastman from our first tornado warning, which was not long after midnight last night. Kind of got us started a little bit earlier with that. And again, as far as damage reports from other areas, I haven't heard of anything that significant. So we'll see how it goes. Again, if you're watching tornado events, tornado warnings in the springtime when a front's coming through, you got the jet stream, you got all the things going for big tornadic events. This is not the same kind of setup here. Just because of the spin of the atmosphere, I mean, the whole storm system is spinning, and you've got different rotations going on within some of these bands. They're going to be usually short-lived. They're going to usually be smaller. And then sometimes they may touch down and then back up only just briefly for a second, if at all. So they don't always verify that there was there was something on the ground. So you'll see a lot of little tornado warnings as we go through tonight, either here or off to southeast Georgia and South Carolina. But not all of them will verify out to say, yeah, that was actually something on the ground. Ainsley, you got something over there?
Yeah, just kind of taking a look at our graph model when we're talking about the impacts from Helene. I'm taking a look here when we're talking about looking at different models and kind of trying to figure out where that eye is going to end up. It's important to note that the graph model is actually doing a pretty good job at the moment. What we're seeing on the radar right now is actually what the graph model is predicting that we would see right now. So that's an encouraging sign. Again, earlier we kind of saw the National Hurricane Center trim their cone further towards the the east, excuse me, which is actually what we've been hoping would happen here with our graph model, because you can see it kind of puts that center of circulation further to our eastern counties, which is good news because it keeps more of our counties on the clean side of that storm. So the good news is, hopefully, if this model is what we call initializing well, which means it's doing a good job in the initial runs here, which is what we're looking at on the radar, hopefully that does mean that this model is going to do a good job with the eye of this storm later on. That is the hope. Again, we're trying to keep as many counties as possible on the cleaner side of that storm. That doesn't mean that we're not still going to see some pretty intense impacts from the storm, but it does mean, hopefully we're looking at some better signs in terms of how many areas are sitting on that side, and then kind of just taking a look at our tornado parameter as well with the same model, kind of predicting tornadoes in the regions that we've seen them so far. So continuing to just kind of keep an eye on how models are performing is an important part of how we continue to make decisions about what the storm's going to do later on. So an encouraging sign, at least from the graph model.
Yeah, we like to see that because, people ask us all the time, back to my microphone over here if we can, guys.
We'll go back to bed now.
Yeah, right over here. Here we go. So yeah, we like looking at that because people always ask us, which model do you trust more for this? And we trust them all, but some of them just do better at different things, different times. This is the high-res model, and it's kind of in line with it too. It was doing that last night. Notice as we go forward into 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, it is also, there's the center of it right there as you get into 4 or 5 in the morning, just off to the east of Macon. So all the models we've been showing have been pretty much over here. National Weather Service track is a little bit over here. Once again, overall, it doesn't make a big difference because we're all going to get some strong wind tonight, regardless of where you are. But the farther you are toward the east on this side is generally where you're going to have the stronger winds, right in here, if this is where this is making landfall. So we don't want the track so much to be where the National Hurricane Center is saying. We would want it a little bit farther over to get a little bit some of that wind speed down if we could. Having said that, though, I mean, we got hurricane warnings and everything and tropical storm warnings all over our area tonight. So it is definitely going to be one that is, it's going to get everybody's attention, I think, when it comes on through. But hopefully we'll get this thing on through here quickly. It's going to be a fast mover, and then that'll be gone and get on out of here. A great Friday coming in after that. All right, so there we go. The one warning. There is one still around Hazelhurst outside of our Weather Service office there. This one, again, Telfair until, that was until 3:15, 3:45. So overall 3:45 really is what this is. And let's do a check of the velocity since we haven't looked at it in a second, and this stuff is moving pretty quickly. And again, you're not seeing, I know the legend up top says green and red, but we're on base velocity. Let's see if I change over to storm relative. You see a little bit there. It's kind of broad. Right in here would be maybe something rotating. Again, as I said, kind of paralleling 149. Between that and 319, kind of heading on off toward the northwest, maybe just a touch. So yeah, I would say somewhere in this area. And again, the closer this thing continues to get to the Jeffersonville radar, the better we'll be able to see this thing. So if any of this stuff makes sense to you, Jacksonville, Scotland Road, Dayhoff Farm Lane, you're getting into Old Prison Camp Road over there. This is maybe kind of between these areas I'm mentioning here. If we're going to see anything, it's probably kind of in here where you have wind going toward and away from the radar. So where you get those couplets together. And as we saw earlier when we had the one in Lawrence County and we were watching on the Skycam trying to see if we could see it, you could see some, kind of scud clouds sort of hanging down, funnel-ish looking and kind of changing in speed, but nothing we could really confirm. Plus there's raindrops all over the camera lens there. So it might be sometimes one of these where it's just above the ground, but the radar's picking it up and it's not huge, but there's enough spin in there that it prompts a warning. So the Telfair County warning is the only one for now, and that goes until 3:45. But again, what is the forward speed of that one? Did we see what that? Let's see if I can find that. Looks like 25 miles an hour. 25. Yeah, it's moving pretty swiftly there. All right, so let's do. Let's go with a track from here, and. It's not pulling up any locations. I think it was doing that for Alex last night too. So we're not getting any locations, or is it because we're in a rural area maybe?
I think it's that. If you extend it further where McCrae is, it includes that in the box. So I think it's just a rural area.
It's because we're in a rural area. Okay. I was afraid we didn't pay the bill on that part of the computer there. That's good. That's good. All right. So, so probably I would say, let's do that again. We can grab it from here. We'll cheat a little bit. Apparently we have to cheat a little bit more up here. So probably within the next 15, 20 minutes, McCrae. And really outside of that, there's nothing really we're watching other than the one that's over here that has a warning that would be coming up toward Lumber City. So this would be, again, crossing over the river into Lumber City. And there's the new warning, just as I talked about it. So I appear to be willing these things to happen. Every time I look at one, there it is. New tornado warning. And this one is just for Telfair and Wheeler. See if I can get that thing to grab it. And that one's until 3:30. Interesting. So 3:30 for that one, 3:45 for this one. So if you are in Lumber City, my grandmother's hometown, beautiful little place right there. There's a little bit of a rotation there as we go through the next 20 minutes or so. It's probably going to be kind of coming near there, maybe a little bit west of town as this is coming on up. But definitely crossing over the river. A little bit of broad circulation here, rotation, but again, not seeing anything that's really yelling at us, you know, hey, I'm a tornado or anything like that, but there's something going on there. Let's go back to the CC, maybe a little bit of debris in some of that. And if we go back, though, you can see for a moment, where was it? It was back down here toward the bottom of the screen. This was when this storm that is in Telfair right here had a little bit, let me get it to go back, right there, just outside of Broxton. You can see a little bit of color there. That sometimes is an indication where something is touched down long enough to pick up something that could be grass, you know, leaves, maybe some little limbs, something like that. Obviously in bigger tornadoes it would be more structural things that are in the atmosphere, but that kind of gives you an idea of it probably did touch down before it ever got to Telfair, that one. And as we go forward to now, I don't really see anything. I mean, there's a little bit of color in there with this one and just a touch maybe down here, but nothing that says, yeah, this thing's been on the ground a long time or anything. So basically, and if I looked at the other one, I didn't look at the Telfair Wheeler, it's probably listed as a radar indicated. Yeah, there's, especially out in a rural area, you have a hard time getting verification on the ground with somebody. Let's go to Ansley's microphone real quick if we can.
They do say also in the National Weather Service chat, I'm reading, they're going to let that one expire down there towards Telfair County at the time it's set to expire. So it does look like positive news in terms of
which one is it? We have two in Telfair?
Down here towards Telfair County, I'm thinking they're speaking of this one that expires at 3:15. Does look like they're going to let that expire. So hopefully that's just continuing to move on forward. This one here
that
for
little
just
part,
Telfair
yeah.
County.
But then they extended out above it to 3:45, so I guess that little part will be gone, and then the big polygon will take over.
So moving on from that southern part of Telfair County, sneaking its way up to the northern part.
And we see that all the time when it crosses over the river right there and comes into the Peachtree City office. You'll see a little small abbreviated polygon for a little bit just to pick up the slack from that last office, and then they'll start running theirs on up from there. So, I was looking at the chat. All right, let's go back big picture. If you're just joining us, Hurricane Helene, we can give you the really big picture here, is now a Category 3 hurricane. That happened just a little while ago, which we knew at least that would be the case. The models, as you saw last night, we're talking about a Category 4 possibly by landfall. The new track shows it at a Category 3 for landfall, and this is a little bit better for the Big Bend area of Florida toward the Panhandle right in here. So the model's been very consistent with this running and coming up right in the same spot for landfall. There's been hardly any movement with the tracks here. So you don't normally see that kind of confidence from the models that far out, but so far it's going right along the string here. So let's get into some of the other things. As far as obviously we've had some tornado warnings out there. You may be thinking, well, who's got the most likely chance of seeing that kind of thing? Again, so if the center of circulation comes right up through our area tonight, National Hurricane Center has it more here, a lot of the models we're showing over here, close enough. On the outside edge, and really when you start to get farther out into southeast Georgia, coastal Georgia into South Carolina, that's usually where you're going to get even squirrelier ones out here along these bands because they're not all stuck in the rain and all that stuff. And so you'll really see them just whip out here, kind of like a bullwhip really. So Savannah, Charleston, this is a level 3 for spin-ups there as we go on through this afternoon and tonight. Then it drops down to a level 2 for our eastern and southeastern counties, but we're all at least in a low-end level 1. But notice that most of all these tornado warnings we're seeing are right through this level 2. So you'll see it probably from here on over most of tonight. Not saying you couldn't see something a little farther in, but most of it is going to be on this east side, especially more as the storm even gets on up here. It'll start really throwing more of this stuff over this way. All right, what is the next graphic that's going to pop up? We got a lot of stuff here to show. There again is the latest advisory. Winds are at 120 miles per hour. The forward speed has bumped up again as they're doing at least hourly, maybe every 30 minutes. Because that was a 225 advisory, now there's a 3. So that's moving north-northeast at 20 miles an hour, which is a pretty good clip for a tropical system. And you can see what I was just talking about. They're still thinking a Cat 3 for landfall as we go on through tonight. And then still that same kind of track running by through here. I know we keep showing the models, some of them that are over here, east of Macon, and then of course the track is west of Macon. Okay. As we, look at the track, we really wouldn't want it to be a little bit farther west. What was being told to me is that GEMA says it does. It spans the whole state. This is a very large hurricane that will span the entire state of Georgia. But there are differences when you get in close to the eye, which side you are on as far as wind speed. So yes, it is true that this is a massive hurricane that will span the entire southeast. But as far as we're concerned, if we're trying to get away from some of the gustier winds, we're just trying to find where some of those stronger winds may be. Having said that, everybody's going to get some strong wind tonight. So there's a look at the current watches and warnings. They're actually just all warnings, no watches here. So in the red, you're going to see a tropical storm warning. That is the entire state of Georgia. And then as we look into the purple here, hurricane warnings anywhere from Monroe, Bibb on south. It is wild to see that. That's not something you see very often with a hurricane warning up this far. It's usually you see it along the coast. Maybe at the most you would get a tropical storm warning farther south or closer, toward where the storm made landfall. But just to show you again, the forward speed of this storm is going to be so great tonight that it will keep its strength because it just won't have time to have fully weakened on down. Let's see, that's not the one I wanted to show. All right, let's go back. I hear a ding, so let's go back to the radar and pick it up. A flash flood warning. Okay, so I figured there'd be more of those today. So that is from Griffin down to Thomaston. That does include Upson County and maybe grazing northwestern Monroe County. And as these batches come on up, I think we're going to start seeing more and more of these green polygons because this is all saturated, as you know, if you've been outside. So once we get these red batches on up through here, boom, 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 we're probably going to see flash flood warnings going up once again. Of course, the name flash flood means it's happening in a flash. And if given time after the rain moves through for it to run off, then they expire. They usually don't last that long. The other kind of flood warning is for the river flood warning that we'll probably get as we go into this weekend once everything is said and done. Oh, we have one already? Okay, yeah, we'll have more of that because what goes up has to come back down. So all this rain that's going up in North Georgia eventually going to come back down. And then the rivers will go up. Yay, so there'll be that part as well. So there's a lot of boxes on here and everything just to show you. And this goes right along. If you had the question about where's the more tornado-prone area, again, it is our eastern and southeastern counties. But as far as the National Weather Service is concerned, this is where they have put out the tornado watch counties. It does include Macon, Bibb, and then south and east here. So again, I think the farther east you go is probably where you're going to see more of this stuff, but it does kind of line up with where these warnings are going right along through there. The green polygons, all those are flash flood warnings, and we'll start to see more and more of those pile up as we go through the afternoon and overnight tonight. So the two tornado warnings that we have, in 1 minute, that little piece of that one right there is going to fall off, and then this main polygon here will take over until 3:45. This one goes until 3:30. Let's go in and do some looking around with velocity. And you can see a little bit more, I think, on the rotation for that one coming through Lumber City right here. And there's a new scan that just came through, so there may be something going on here. Lumber City there, maybe it just passed through town or just to the west of town, as I was talking about just a moment ago, and is about to ride on up into Wheeler County. This other one, I don't see a whole lot of stuff going on with that one, but this one, if you had to choose between the two that has the better rotation, it's probably that one. Are you seeing anything in that one?
super impressive, especially towards Lumber City. The one that is over there in Telfair County still showing kind of that debris signature. I do also want to mention, though, earlier when they were watching this storm, they were saying that there was some hail indicated in this. Sometimes when you get signatures like this on the potential lofted debris, it can also be picking up on a hail signature within the storm. So that could also be what we're seeing, but definitely paying attention to those. They're not extremely high values, but that is the one towards Telfair. That one does still kind of have that debris signature, and over there towards Lumber City, not anything too impressive. So we're still really talking right now about radar indicated tornado warning. So hopefully those continue to just be weak rotation, and we'll continue to keep our eye on those at the moment.
Good point about the debris thing right there with the hail, something I forget from time to time. But yeah, the one that's probably saying the most that this is something that's rotating is the one that is coming through or probably has already passed Lumber City. Again, it's moving at 25 miles an hour. I mean, it's got a pretty good giddy up to it, so it's not going to just dally around here. So this is going to make its way on up into Wheeler County here in a little bit. That warning, again, this what we're talking about, this would be where the spin would be. That goes until 3:30. And this other one goes until 3:45. I don't think it's going to make it that long. It's going to outrun the polygon here in just a little bit. Anything else that we see? And this is the kind of stuff you see in a tropical thing like this. You'll see little dimples like this. Sometimes it'll pop up, and they may or may not become something. But there's just all kinds of little swirls going on in these outer bands as they're coming across. Telfair until 3:45. That's the last piece of that. The 3:15 has just dropped off. But again, that's 30 more minutes, and this thing is going fast. So you can see it flashing because there was an update to it right there. I don't think that's going to go to 3:45, but there is some rotation still right here. So if it starts to go north and outruns its cage right here, then eventually they're going to draw another one up here for McRae and all that if the signature is still there. That is base velocity. Let's see what storm relative velocity, and you can see a little bit of red and green on both of those. Again, with these kind of tropical tornado warnings, you're not going to see a lot of times a really great signature, especially not this far away from the radar site. Now, we may see them a little better as they move north and get closer to the Jeffersonville radar. Not seeing anything spinning around anywhere else, so let's take a look at the radar shot. And again, we're probably about to start replacing a lot of these red polygons with green ones because the red tornado warnings are here, but you're going to start to see flash flood warnings in some of these other spots. Ainsley, I see you raising your hand. You got some?
Yeah, just kind of on the topic of the flash flood warnings, when we're talking about rainfall, that's another main impact that we're watching with Hurricane Helene. So we just had that flash flood warning issued over here towards our northwestern counties, but that's not the only place that we saw flash flood warnings throughout today. We also saw them over here towards Johnson County, and that actually, when I was talking earlier about the regions where we have already seen some river flooding, that's where we saw that. And if you'll notice, that was over there towards the Oconee River, but down here in Lawrence County, where we're kind of watching all of those showers and storms push north, that's actually where those showers are heading next. So that was an area that was warned earlier today. Again, Johnson, Washington County, Wilkinson County, that area. So that's kind of where we're watching a bunch more rain is about to push through that area. If we kind of look at all these rainfall totals from the past 48 hours, a whole lot of rain in that area. You can see those darker red values, that purple. We've seen close to 4, maybe 5 inches of rain in that area earlier today, and we're just continuing to watch these showers push their way in. And again, we're dealing with this into the overnight hours. This problem is not over once we hit later this afternoon. This is going to continue into the overnight hours. So this is especially important to pay attention to when we're talking about road conditions. We heard from the EMA director earlier. We're talking about some very flooded roads potentially about to happen, and we're really watching these low-lying areas and these bodies of water. Again, that's kind of why they've issued these flash flood warnings over here towards Monroe County, but we did see a few of these earlier over here towards Johnson, where a bunch more showers are making their way towards. You can kind of see that northward motion of all of these showers kind of making their way right back to that area that did have a flash flood warning for earlier. So this is an area we are going to pay attention to in terms of flooding potential. And I did just get an update about the tornado warning that we have down here in Telfair County. Does look like they've decided to go ahead and extend that polygon here into parts of Dodge, Telfair, and Wheeler County. So I'll let Ben Jones handle that right now.
Yeah, there's the new one that came out. We were, because that one thing was about to outrun that polygon at 3:45, so something had to give with that if they were going to continue with it because it was moving over the red line here, and so now there's the new one. So now we have a new tornado warning for Telfair into Wheeler from that one pesky cell there. And then there's the other one from Telfair into Wheeler over by Lumber City. So let's check out the velocity again. I would expect that we start seeing a little better signature again as it goes farther north and gets closer into where we can see it. Once again, if you're just joining us, the way this whole thing works, when you get down as far away as this is from Jeffersonville's radar, the beam is going out like this, but the Earth is curving like this. So by the time it gets this far out, it's looking way up into the thunderstorm. And then if we were to move it around and go to the Valdosta radar, it's doing the same thing but coming from the south. And so they're both kind of meeting like this, and we're not able to see down there really what's going on at the surface. But as this gets closer on up and moves farther up into our neck of the woods, we should see them a little better. There is some sort of broad rotation with both of these going on. I'm on base velocity here, so the colors may not be like what you're used to seeing as red and green here. So think of it as green with a little bit of blue on one side with this, and you can see it a little bit right here. So Lumber City, that was either through town or just on the west side of town, but it was close enough. So it'll be interesting to see once it starts getting into some of these places, both of these that are a little more populated, if we get reports of any damage in those areas. There's some of the roads here as we're crossing from Telfair over into Wheeler. Sandpit Spur, Old Sandpit Road, and then coming up here in a little bit, this would be County Road 101 into Meadowlark Road here. So if this is familiar to you, if you're in kind of on that Telfair Wheeler line, it's more leaving Telfair now and running up Wheeler. Eventually toward the, between Spring Hill and Jordan, probably, here in a little bit, kind of going up in this direction here. How many tornado warnings do we have out there? Is that another one that was just added on? So we have 3 that are all together. Hold up, trying to figure that one out. All right, there's another ding. This is quite a riddle right here. All right, so we have this one, which is, all right, so this one right here, this little one, that one's about to go away, hopefully in a little bit. This one takes over, so that belongs to that storm. And then this box here belongs to this storm. And I don't know whose box this belongs to, but it's probably that a little offshoot in between there, maybe off toward the west, trying to figure out where that one's coming from.
I think potentially it may just be from the same radar indicated rotation. That may be the one that they're about to let loose and take this one that's tracking north into Wheeler County, because they've outlined Wheeler County in the
what they're doing.
Warning.
Yeah, and it looks like there's almost like one next to it. They're just a little bit like right in here. So maybe they're going to take this and chunk it, and then this is going to take over to kind of cover both of these right in here. So all in all, let's just say that this line right through here is causing a little bit of trouble here as far as little rotations along there. And once again, usually these are they don't always, in a tropical environment, they don't always touch down. If they do, maybe it's for a little bit and then back up. Sometimes they are what they are right now, which is radar indicated. We haven't had any sort of verification from anybody on the ground that this is actually, like spotted a tornado or any damage there, but we're checking. With the chat room, I don't see anything in any of that. Of course, it's a little tougher once you get out in rural areas. You just don't have enough eyeballs out there really to see these things.
Still looking like it's mostly radar indicated at the moment.
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
what I'm
reports
thinking.
right now of anything touching the ground.
All right, good to know. All right, if you're just joining us, we'll get back to these warnings in a second. Both of these are for Telfair and Wheeler as we go through the next 30 minutes or so. But I did want to show you, because now they're getting to where they're piping out the updates even more frequently. The National Hurricane Center is, and Helene is officially, as of just a little while ago, a Category 3 hurricane. And you can see the winds are at 120 miles per hour on the top left, and the motion is 20 miles per hour to the north-northeast. So it is a Cat 3. The last tracks from like yesterday and last night were showing it making landfall as a Cat 4. That's now gone back to a Cat 3. So hopefully that'll be the case. Anything lower, I'm sure the folks in Florida will appreciate that. And still with the same kind of thing, making its way on up toward the north. And then again, the track for the Hurricane Center is a little bit west of Macon, whereas some of the models we've been seeing consistently run east of Macon, but it's kind of close enough, and all of us are going to get at least a taste of some hurricane force winds tonight and tropical storm force winds as it moves toward the north and hopefully is trying to fall apart. So that starts again still after midnight tonight. It's 3:24, my goodness. So all the rain that we have out there right now, we're going to have more of that just piling on top of each other, and we're going to see more and more of these green polygons, these flash flood warnings that are out there. And what was that Maggie, I think I heard in my ear just a second ago. Was it? Okay, we're going to get our ducks in a row over here for a second. Just to show you once again, just to put a button on this part right here, is the tornado warnings for Telfair and Wheeler counties. We kind of technically have 2 of them, even though there's a whole jumble of them up there. It looks like they've tried. Ansley's talking. Let's see.
It looks like they've tried to expire one. I'm not sure if our graphics are just taking a minute to catch up with it.
Sometimes it takes a second for them to all catch up.
But it does look like they're trying to narrow that Telfair Wheeler County warning to $1 at the moment in the chat.
That's probably going to be easier if they'll just do that and put them all together.
I agree.
All this has tornado warning stuff, but nothing confirmed down there. We'll let you know if something else happens. Let's go over to Frank and Lori here now. Welcome, guys.
Well, we appreciate it. Ben Ansley, thanks very much. All right, a lot happening, as Ben and Ansley have been telling you about. Some central Georgia counties now are going ahead and issuing local states of emergency as they prepare for Hurricane Helene to make its way up here to central Georgia.
Macon Mayor Lester Miller issued one for the county. Peach County also issued one, and Warner Robins issued a local state of emergency earlier this morning. That's along with the entire state of emergency Governor Kemp issued on Tuesday, and President Biden ordered federal assistance to help state and local response efforts.
So we had the state of emergency from the president, the governor, and local fellows,
we are
which
all
just
covered.
Shows just how strong this storm is. Now, earlier this afternoon, Governor Kemp held a news conference ahead of Helene making its way into the state.
He urged Georgians to stay home and keep safe during the storm.
It is not necessary for you to be on the roads during and after this storm. Please try to stay home. This is a big storm. It is going to affect our entire state. So we're going to have a lot of people that we need to get moving to get the roads clear. And if there are people in our way, that's just going to slow down our progress, and it's very dangerous as well.
Really good point. I saw they were staging at the mall out there on Riverside Drive in Macon all of the emergency trucks, the utility trucks. Also, you know, out you see a lot of the emergency response people out ready for those down power lines and things like that.
Already
so
in
really
position.
Already in a position.
Yeah.
So it's a really good idea if you don't need to be out on the road.
The governor's targeting those people who, for a variety of reasons, want to get out and see the damage. Those folks don't need to be out. Need to get the damage cleared away. There'll be plenty of opportunities over the weekend to go do what you need to do. So.
That's right. Now, the governor is also working with utility providers throughout the state to prepare for widespread power outages. FEMA and the Georgia National Guard have deployed resources to help throughout the state, both during and after the storm.
And that includes 2 search and rescue teams, one of which will be stationed in Georgia. Now, in Monroe County, the Emergency Management Agency actually activated 3 evacuation shelters for people, and there are some of them out there who need a safe place to ride out the approaching storm. They're at High Falls at Station 2 on Tawaliga River Drive. Now, that's the only shelter where they're accepting pets in a crate or kennel.
Another shelter, Monroe Recreation Department on Pitts Drive in Forsyth, and New Providence Baptist Church on Highway 41 South. The shelters open at 4 this afternoon will remain open until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Evacuees are encouraged to bring snacks and non-perishable food items. No Limit Baptist Church in Warner Robins is opening up a shelter for the unhoused population. They open their doors at 6 tonight, and there is no limit on the number of people.
No Limit Baptist Church is located on Radio Loop. That's in Warner Robins. Now, they're still determining their plan for tomorrow. They're going to wait and see what the impacts are from Hurricane Helene and then make a decision based on what happens. Now, people are reporting long lines in stores and empty shelves. Today at the Food Depot off Northside Drive, we saw customers stocking up. As usual, the bread line was hit hard. And down the road at the Kroger, people also reported long lines. You can see water, obviously a hot item too. Some shoppers said they were concerned about food spoiling, obviously, if the power goes out. If that does happen, experts say fill your freezer or your cooler with ice before the storm hits, and make sure you keep the fridge and freezer doors closed if the power does go out. A closed refrigerator can keep food safe for up to 4 hours, while a full freezer can keep food safe, get this, for up to 48 hours. A half-full freezer, you cut the time in half to 24 hours.
Well, we're concerned. I mean, I think I look back to 6 years ago when Michael came through, and I think it was about the same type of scenario. So I'm expecting pretty much the same type of thing. I expect the power to go off.
Manager of Food Depot said bread and water were low in stock, but they expect to have another truck arriving tonight so they can restock their shelves before the storm hits.
Now, as we prepare for the impacts of Helene, now is the time to download the 13WMAZ mobile app. Now, if you do see damage, and make sure you're in a safe place first, you can text those photos of damage to 478-752-1309. Make sure that you are safe and, don't get in the way of emergency personnel. We really don't want to get in their way and hamper their efforts. And of course, the 13WMAZ mobile app. You can download that now and make sure that you sign up for notifications so you can get all this information pushed straight to your phone. And if hopefully not, but if the power does go out, this is a really great resource for you and your family. You can follow Helene with live radar. You can watch our newscast live and stay updated with information from county and school officials. And you can find all of that great information on the 13WMAZ mobile app. You can find it in the App Store or Google Play.
All right, we also told you about damage. Again, probably no need to worry about that for at least the next 24 hours or so as this storm approaches and then roars on through.
Right. And, we're talking about, of course, the tornado warning that we're keeping an eye on now, but, can't underscore the flash flooding that's also taking effect. So, leaders have a couple different fronts that they are watching here now. I don't know, Ben, if you're ready to take it back now and talk a little more about that.
And our map looks a lot better here too. It's a little more cleaned up. We just have the 2 polygons on here now, and all the other ones have expired, so that kind of clears the subject here. A little bit of a circulation maybe here. This is now gone from Telfair County. This belongs to Wheeler. This is coming through McRae, so I haven't heard anything. And of course, our newsroom, we make what we call beat calls to some of these counties, Telfair, Wheeler counties, maybe getting a phone call to McRae, Lumber City, see how things are going there. Just a little bit ago, let's take one storm and then we'll take the other. This one right here that came through Lumber City, coming through the Spring Hill community. If I go back just a scan or two, you can actually see some bright colors in there. I know you're used to seeing red and green. I'm on a different mode here, so we're looking more dark green and light blue. So you can see something kind of rotating here, crossing over Highway 134, I do believe. We have an eye doctor in the room. Please send them on over. As we go north from there, again, the next stop for this, some rural area, probably staying west of Jordan. The other one, and there's something, maybe a little bit of a ripple. Again, these are not great signatures that just like we'll see in the springtime, where it's just like red and green right next to each other, and they're just as bright as they can be, and you can tell that is a big tornado running on the ground. That's not how the tropical thing works. With most of these. I mean, you can get a long track, sometimes, but most of these are going to be small, brief. And you may be saying, brief? These warnings have been going on for an hour and a half. Yes, well, brief in the sense that they may touch down for a second, and then it may just be radar indicated for another 30 minutes or so, where it's just the actual part of the cell is sort of rotating, but nothing on the ground. All right, Magic, you can tell me where, okay. All right. All right, we're checking in now with, yep, that's what I was thinking, okay. Steve Adams, Telfair County, are you there?
Well, this is Steve Adams with Wheeler County.
Hey, that's close enough. If you see Steve Adams from Telfair, will you tell him we said hello?
Well, there's not a Steve Adams in Telfair.
Well, there is if you go over there. All right. Okay. Wheeler County checking in. Steve, what you got for us? You're with EMA there, right?
Yes, sir. I'm the EMA director. Right now, I'm out in the field. I'm between Spring Hill and the Towns area, and it's really got rough winds. I haven't seen any tornado activity, but it's really, the winds are probably 30, 40 miles an hour. Heavy rain we have gotten since last night is pushing now close to 4 inches. And the wind is really, really picked up.
Yeah, I can imagine that. And, as we go on through tonight, some of the models are still calling for maybe another 6, 8 inches of rain between now and tomorrow morning. So that's going to be one thing. And I wish I had better news for you too, Steve, on the wind, but that's going to pick up a lot as we go on through tonight. So I'm looking at the radar now that it looks like it, at least the rotation that we have, went a little bit by the Spring Hill area. I don't see a great thing, signature there for rotation there. So as far as you can tell, you don't see any sort of damage there, but it is breezy.
No, sir, I didn't see any damage, that I could visibly see. I haven't had anybody call in this area saying they had damage, trees down or on their house or something. So right now, I haven't seen anything. That doesn't mean it's not out there. I just haven't seen it.
I got you. And, keep in touch with us. It's going to be a long night tonight, Steve. We'll probably end up talking to you again later tonight. Hopefully not. Nothing against you, but, hopefully there's no damage in your area. But I think we're going to have some trees and power lines.
I do, too. I feel like there's going to be a lot of damage around, and I just hope and pray that everybody's safe. That's the main thing.
Yep, you got that right. Steve, appreciate it, and we'll be talking to you again soon.
Take care, man.
All right, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Steve Adams in Telfair, no show. But we got Wheeler County, so that's good. All right, so that one goes until 3:45. This one, I believe, was also 3:45. So the only 2 tornado warnings we have go for another 10 minutes, and then we'll see what happens with that. There have been times when I've seen a little bit of a kind of a signature in there, and then times where it's kind of like this, where you can see, as we kind of call it, a ripple or a dimple there, just a little bit you can see, but not anything that's really jumping out. And this is very tropical-esque. As that new scan came in, sometimes you'll see 1 or 2 kind of just sort of spinning around. And if you were to see that on the ground, like you would look at what we're seeing right here, sometimes you may have seen that, where you'll see clouds, sky clouds that are kind of going in different directions a little bit. That may kind of be what that looks like on the ground, and it may not be on the surface, but it's up there, and the radar's picking up on that spin enough that we can see it. And of course, the National Weather Service needs to go ahead and fire those warnings when they see them. So hopefully as we get closer on up and this continues more up closer toward the Jeffersonville radar, you can see north and west of that, we'll be able to see these a little bit better. I don't see any other spots out there that are getting our attention. So to look at the big picture, we've been sitting on velocity there for a while. This is how it looks on the radar. And this stuff has been moving very quickly here. And you can see the last, actually they look like they're kind of shriveling up here. This is more toward kind of Alamo here with some of that. And this is just, they're just very narrow little cells out there. As we go to the bigger picture, so if you're like, oh, I don't live in Telfair and Wheeler, and I don't know Steve, but I'm up here and I got a lot of rain coming down. How much more rain are we going to see? Well, we're about to see a whole lot more because all this red's coming in. So if you're in, I don't know, in any of these areas, we've already been piling up 4+ inches of rain in a lot of spots, 4 to 5. And so every time you get a red batch to come in, there goes another probably inch and a half or so that's going to come on in a short amount of time. So some of these green polygons, we'll see these popping up. That's as you get into Upson County, parts of Monroe there. There's another one as you get outside of our area from Augusta down to Waynesboro. And each time these batches move over on top of already saturated ground, we're probably going to see more and more when it comes to flash flood warnings. Let's do a big picture thing, just so you can see. Yes, this is the outside top edge, the outer bands of Hurricane Helene, which is still down here, but making progress at a pretty good clip. Again, like in golf terms, not far from being pinned high with Tampa here in a little bit, and still on track to go where the models have been showing for the past few days. It's remarkable. Sometimes you'll see a wide cone with a little bit of uncertainty and things may shift 150 miles one way or the other. That has not been the case. This thing has been kind of going right along a string that was drawn out for it. As far as the latest advisory, they're issuing them pretty frequently now, at least on the hour. This is the 3 o'clock one here. It is a Category 3, 120 mile per hour winds. You can see that on the far left, moving north-northeast at 20. So that's a pretty good clip for a tropical system. It's got some giddy up to it. And that forward motion tonight is why it'll still probably be a Category 1 hurricane as it comes through our area, because it just doesn't have that time over land to kind of start to weaken on down. So hopefully, it'd be a great surprise if all of a sudden this thing was a tropical storm when it came here instead of a Category 1. But still, as we can see on the map here, forecasted to be, there's a Cat 3. The next time it picks up a marker as tropical storm in the Atlanta, North Georgia area. So somewhere in between in here is going from a 3 to a 2 to a 1, then to a tropical storm. But where does it start to fizzle out? Really doesn't matter. You're just splitting hairs at this point. So we're still talking about wind gusts that will get up at least 40 to 70 for a lot of folks, and some numbers it could be a little bit higher than that. Our David Guerrero is here now. That makes all 4 of us are now here, which means Alex and Ainsley, you need to find an air mattress somewhere because we're going to need you overnight tonight. David, good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. So I loved how you're describing like the path of the storm. And the big thing for today, I mean, we're still seeing those tornado warnings pop up for the southeastern counties. Those are the spin-up tornadoes that relatively are related towards the right side of the storm. But the big focus is the wind gusts, because as Ben was mentioning, it's still predicted to be a major hurricane, and it's a fast-moving storm, so it doesn't have enough time to weaken, so we could probably see this as a Category 1 hurricane. So if I take a look at the Future View graph model, like I said, you just saw the track from the National Hurricane Center. The past couple of days, it was moving towards the west. Our model still had it going towards the east, but now we're a little bit more confident that we'll see the eye of the storm move through central Georgia. So let me go a little closer with the more in-depth look of central Georgia in the graph view. And we've been talking about the right side, but the main focus is the wind gusts, and particularly the eye of the storm, the eye wall of the storm. Those are the areas where you're going to see the highest of the wind gusts. So even though it's moving more towards the east, and a lot more places will be on the calmer side, I'm still a little concerned on those wind gusts associated with the eye wall. So if we take a look at the Future View wind gusts, we're seeing some strong values. See that swirl right here, that just right next to Cordele. On that right side, Vidalia, Dublin, you're seeing values 96 miles per hour, 69 miles per hour. And so I think places over towards the east, they can see higher wind gusts in total. So all in all, we've been talking about the potential for spin-up tornadoes, but I just want to keep the focus for the overnight hours on those extreme wind gusts. Places under that hurricane warnings, they will see winds over 74 miles per hour. So we're expecting a little of a messy overnight overhead coming up, but right now we're still focused on those tornado warnings towards the southeast.
Actually, David, too, I was looking at just a moment ago. I didn't mean to jump in, but they just said that they're weakening down a good bit. I just saw that on the chat. Came out just seconds ago. And it says pretty much that if the trend continues, these warnings are going to be allowed to expire without continuation into other further counties. So that's good news there. They had been showing kind of a weakening trend, and we want to see that. If it just changed back to just rain, that'd be fantastic, because clearly we have many hours to go, and to sit with these two storms for many hours all the way up with still a hurricane on the way, it sounds terrible. But anyway, so that's until 3:45, so that's less than 3 minutes. And you can see for yourself they're shriveling away here. So they're not even showing up much as far as the actual signature is concerned. So again, as we said, a Cat 3 hurricane. So far on track to do everything that the Hurricane Center was talking about. And again, you don't see this very often in our area. So, you know, take a picture, as they say, with a hurricane warning in purple that goes all the way, got stretched up into Monroe and Upson this afternoon. So that's a lot of real estate. You may be saying, well, the models we're showing here are a little bit farther east, and we're seeing 80, 90 mile per hour winds there. We'll see. I mean, they're still going off of the track being over here. These may end up getting bumped up. If I were living in Dublin or any of these spots here, I would just treat it as a possibility of hurricane force winds as we go through tonight. What are hurricane force winds? Well, let me show you. Once you get above 74 miles per hour, it is considered a Category 1 hurricane. So let's take a look and see. It went by way too fast. I didn't have a pause on there. All right, so let's do this. This is around 11 o'clock to midnight tonight. Notice how we're looking at 35, 40, 45, nearly 50 mile per hour winds. Again, in an area that is not in the hurricane warning. Now that's this model. Again, the track from the Hurricane Center is still a little bit more over here. Let's just all treat it, even if you're not in a purple shaded area for those counties, as the potential there for some at least tropical storm to maybe hurricane force winds. This would be hurricane force winds. If you got 73, 86, this kind of stuff here, that's all within Category 1. There's some 50s there. Actually, this last run, there's some big numbers. I mean, some 70s in there. But notice as I go backwards here, this would be like, say, 2 in the morning or southern counties starting to kind of get the influence, maybe a little bit earlier than that. We'll say after midnight still. For our southern counties, if you're in Macon, you may not get anything more than 30, 35 at this point. But then as we go forward into 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning now, are you starting to see some of the bigger numbers? And again, any little jog, if this were a little bit farther over this way, as David was talking about on the outside of that eye wall, on that side, you can see how the numbers jump up on this side. So if it were to be a little bit farther that way, then this gets more people in these kind of numbers, which I know doesn't quite line up with where the hurricane warning is, but we'll see which one's right. You know, was it these models here, or was it the Hurricane Center track on that? Rainfall numbers, we already mentioned it. Already been piling up some pretty big numbers out there, and looking at the potential still for 4 to 5 more inches of rain, or maybe more, just kind of depending on where these batches line up. And if you look at what we have done so far, and I'll show you right here, once we get this thing to load up, we'll go to 24-hour rainfall totals right here. And you can see it definitely in the purple shaded area here. So, I mean, if you get over here outside of our area toward Augusta right there, 7.5 inches of rain there. Lawrence County, this is since all this started last night, already 6 inches of rain. Let's take that little spot right there in southern Dodge. 6.5 inches of rain. The Macon area, for the most part, has been sitting, I think, at like 3.5. Yeah, somewhere in there. Taylor County piling up some numbers too. So you throw another 4 or 5 inches of rain or more on top of that, and then all kinds of good news. Then all of this rain that's going up and above us lands in these rivers. Well, then there's the return gift. It all has to come back down again. So then we're talking about river flood warnings as we go into this weekend, as rivers will go up. Obviously, the more pressing issue is flash flooding right now. And then, of course, the wind we could see later tonight. All right, let's see if they dropped off. They should have, as I was running my mouth. No tornado warnings, which is great. So, for the time being, other than that flash flood warning in Upson County, we are warningless. And again, let's just go around the horn one more time with the whole thing. And that is, again, that Hurricane Helene is a Category 3. Right on target. Again, the last tracks yesterday were saying this would be a Cat 4 making landfall. It is more like a 3 is what it's looking like now, and we hope that that's the way that stays, that it doesn't go to a 4, and then still, again, I know I just showed you a bunch of stuff with everything over here. Hurricane Center's got it over here. We'll see if that starts to jog anymore. There is a difference when that eye is right there. If you know, just a distance of miles can make a difference as far as the wind speed there if you're on the east side of that whole thing. So, you know, as we go on through tonight, we'll continue to keep you posted. Of course, obviously, we have the newscast coming up in an hour and 15 minutes, and then we'll be streaming all through 13 WMAZ Plus. You can catch us there. There are all kinds of places you can catch us. And, of course, get the app, Apple Store, Google Play, turn on notifications. And the most important thing right now is make sure that you're charging everything. I have a sneaking suspicion we'll have at least some power outages tonight, maybe briefly. And it's no fun not having any way to kind of keep up what's going on. So all your phones, tablets, all that kind of stuff, make sure all that stuff is gassed up, ready to go. So we will check back in. We're going to shoot for 5 o'clock, and hopefully no more of these little warnings pop up. So we'll see you then. 13 WMAZ Plus. You can find us there in between now and then.
Yes. So you can keep the $2,000 or take the teeny tiny box.